Hello and welcome to the Tshwane University of Technology in Pretoria, where it's the second ball being bowled by the DP World Lions, and Robin Searle just pushes that to point for no run. Second ball of the innings, the DP World Lions won the toss in this CSA Women's Provincial one-day game and elected to field first. It's looking like it's going to be a scorching day in Pretoria. The clouds clearing away as he has Miso again to Searle. Not too much pace on that delivery, dying as it reached wicketkeeper Palesa Mapua. And so the Titans sent into bat first, the Fidelity Titans, the hosts of this game. And alongside me, my co-commentator Pendulo Magubani. Good morning, Pendulo. In terms of behaviour of the ball, the pitch, the conditions, what do you expect today?
Greetings to everyone. Greetings to you, Ken. Greetings to the beautiful Tshwane University of Technology, which is hosting us a beautiful day that we have here, first and foremost, which surely is set to bring us a beautiful day of cricket. The Lions electing to bat first, and as you've seen with a couple of deliveries so far, the bounce is true. It's coming onto the batter. Movement inwards from Letlogonolo Meso. It's getting movement into the pitch. So that means that the Lions definitely saw something that they'll want to use here as she bowls a maiden to start it off.
Yeah, good tidy over from Miso. I'm not sure it's a bowl first kind of day, so I can only assume that the Lions electing to bowl first because they want to chase. It's going to be a very hot afternoon, I imagine, so they want to get the pain of being in the field over with as quickly as possible. Of course, both teams are missing a few star players, notably to the SA emerging side, which is playing in Harare. The Lions are without all-rounder Jenna Evans, bowler Rafilwe Moncho, and Tumise Kekune, the seam bowler, as a late call-up to that SA emerging side. And the Titans are missing Tebogo Macheke and all-rounder Elise Marie Marks to the same team. But that has been counterbalanced by the considerable presence of Sunelus, the Proteas one-time captain, and she's playing for the Titans this morning. There seems to be a bit of a delay now. Not sure if there's a problem with the setup of the field, or umpire Foslu is perhaps went to regather his hat. I'm not sure. But a slight delay before the second over to be bowled. And the Lions are top of the log in the one-day competition. They've won 3 of their 5 games for 13 points. The Titans have won 2 of their 4 games. They're on 10 points. So if the Titans win today, they've got a chance of going top of the log, depending on how the Dolphins do against Free State, also in contention for first place on the log. And the Garden Route Badgers are at Newlands playing Western Province. They could also go top of the log. So, Pendula, the competition is at a really interesting stage at the moment.
Indeed, because when it started off, actually, the Lions were on a hot run, 3 wins from 3, and they were looking indestructible until they met their first hurdle, which was Western Province. And then they travelled down to Oudtshoorn against the Garden Route Badgers, where another Western Province team had their meal against the Lions, which suffered their second defeat. And that second defeat opens up the tournament very well now, which brings up your Titans into the conversation. It brings up your other top teams into the conversation as well, like your Dolphins. So right now it's really into the open, and the Titans have a very special chance here to go to the top by defeating the team that is actually at the top, which will cement their place, and it will make them feel like they belong at the top of the log.
Yes, and we've got to the bottom, I think, of what the delay is. It looks like the wide lines were either incorrectly measured or not marked at all. So we've got the groundsman just out there now measuring with his little tape from where the off and leg stumps would be, taking a marker out, which is of course just a guideline for umpires Ryan Hendricks and Philip Foslu. Pendula, just looking at that Titan side that they are managing to put out today, and the one thing that strikes me is they bat really deep. We've got Masaba the class coming in at number 8, scheduled to come in at number 8, and we saw her do a very good job at number 6 for the Titans previously.
Scoring very well, briskly, and we saw in that particular innings, the Lions were, or rather the Titans were not in a good space when she came in. And she anchored the innings around her, playing some extraordinary shots, unfortunately giving it away. But it just shows that it wasn't due to bad or to good bowling. It was her just making bad decisions in that particular play. So if she strings those runs together, she is going to be dangerous. But speaking about the depth of the batting lineup, she might not even have to bat, given who's in the team. The mere fact that Simone Lawrence against the Lions scored that brilliant 100 right at the top, and she's coming in now batting at what, number 7. So that just speaks to what the team has to offer.
Yeah, a lot of strength in this Titans batting lineup with Annika Bosch and Sine Lus, the heart of it, both Proteas players, but Robin Searle has been in good form. Lebogang and Kadimeng, the other opener, also has made runs this season. So it's a powerful batting lineup. The Lions, as we said, missing 3 players to the SA emerging side, but they've also without their stalwart and someone who's really batted superbly so far this season, Kirsty Thompson. Karabo Miso's not there. We believe she's got a bit of an injury niggle. And Ayabonga Kaka, the brilliant Proteas bowler who played last week, unfortunately has picked up a bit of a knee injury. And but looking at that line, that DP World Lions team, that is still a very competitive outfit.
They've always came up with the goods, have the DP World Lions. It's why they started so strongly in the tournament. Their first loss they had, that was the match where they lost Jenna Evans, they lost Mercer, they lost Kirsty Thompson, who are key in that middle order of their batting lineup. So the team has just been destabilized, going through some changes through this past 3 week period. And it's nice to see for them that they still have superpowers like Sunetful Yoon, who can hit the ball hard. Nonkululeko Tabete, who's been in extraordinary form, scoring 94, scoring 60 in the tournament so far. And they also bat fairly deep, going down to Sarah Nettleton, who can hold it up and strike a few. So it's going to be a very strong battle between these two teams. Players in form, bowlers in form, and it's surely going to be a proper clash of the North.
In conditions that certainly seem well suited to the batters as well. In case you don't know that the 2 starting 11s, we'll just run through them quickly as the ground staff are just painting the lines that need to be on the pitch. So the Titans, Robin Searle, the captain, Lebogang Kadimeng, 2 Proteas in Annika Bosch and Sine Lus, the talented Gandhi Jafta, Mochalang Mapangula, who batted really well against the Lions at the Wanderers earlier in the season. Simone Lawrence made 100 against the Lions in that same game. Proteas star Masabada Klaas, Tiani van den Heelful, Kaylee Tap, and then Paulina Mashishi, the bowler who was in great form last weekend.
And they be going against the Lions. Nonkululeko Tabete, we spoke about right at the top, scoring good runs both in the 50 over and the T20 competition. Balesa Mapo, the wicket keeper batter, right at the top. Sunetful Yoon Low, one of the strongest players in the circuit. Madison Landsman debuted this season, so she's still getting her feet. Sinalo Jafta, Protea, she makes her way back. Sarah Barber coming down from the Inland Union, Peter Marisbeck, now she plays for the Lions. Khomoto Rapo, the ever-trusted captain, she has a 5 for this season. Sarah Nettleton, Lehlogonolo Meso, very trusted with the ball, alongside Samantha Sketter, and closing it off with the left arm pace of Lebohi Lemkize.
So we almost seem ready to get back underway here at the Trane University of Technology. We've had 1 over bowled after the DP World Lions won the toss and inserted the Fidelity Titans. It was a maiden over bowled by Leshohonolo Miso, and we've got 3 little golf carts that just need to clear the field and then we'll be back underway as the Titans openers, Robin Searle and Lebogang and Kadimeng, make their way back to the wicket. And to bowl the second over for the Lions will be Samantha Scooter, who has been in good form this season. She's a very economical bowler, has done especially well in the T20 format.
Bowls those looping in swingers right at the top. Bowls the ball nice and full to start it off. So the batters here for the Titans will need to be fairly tentative and cautious.
So Scooter with just the one slip. There's a third man, the only fielder on the boundary at the moment. Scooter to Kadimeng, and she very neatly plays that down to third man for the single, and the Titans are underway after 7 deliveries.
Just an easy giveaway. Starting it wide, a loosener for Samantha Scooter. Easy pickings for Kadimeng. They have that third man fielder.
So Robin Searle now back on strike, and wicketkeeper Palesa Mapua up to the stumps, which she wasn't for in Kadimeng. Perhaps they know that Robin Searle would like to use her feet. Well pitched up by Scooter. It's a nice drive, but straight to middle. Cut this time Marcel, but can't beat the infield. Scooter bowling from the south end here at the Tshwane University of Technology, which is very scenic, kind of situated up on a hillside, the western side of Pretoria. There's that late in swing you were talking about in Pendulo, and Robin Searle nearly got herself into trouble, but handled it pretty well in the end.
Playing it nice and late. You were talking about the feet movement for Robin Searle. It's not just about advancing down the track. It's just about using the space that you have in the crease, opening yourself out to just guide it down.
Scooter got away with that a bit. That was a bit too short. And smart fielding by Sarah Barber there at point. Prevents any run.
Lively on the field is Sarah Barber. Right next to us, Sunetfa Yun Low, sharp as a knife across the field. Don't want to try that arm as well.
It's a nice drive. She's got it through the gap. Yun Low is in pursuit. I think she's going to cut it off before the boundary. Nice slide, and she, of course, has a very strong arm. But a couple of runs to Robin Searle. That'll make her feel a lot better, and that is the end of the second over, and the Fidelity Titans are 4 without loss.
It was a good looking shot from Robin Searle as well. Had a nice sound straight from the bat. Nice cracking sound, well timed. You saw it looked very effortless, almost making its way to the cover boundary. Beautiful outfield that we have here at TUT Main Oval, but you're gonna have to keep making those runs, keep on running those runs and twos, just to keep the score ticking as much as possible, especially at the beginning of the match.
So Lehlohonolo Miso will continue from the north end. She bowled a maiden first up, a very good start with the ball for the Lions. Fine leg has dropped back onto the boundary. Miso now to Nkadimeng. Nicely steered through the gap between gully and backward point, and not quite the first boundary of the innings as Samantha Scooter does the fielding, but they're through for 2.
Nicely guided. Very interesting that the Lions would choose to bowl first and not put any attacking fielders, just to put a little bit of pressure and to give their bowlers that assistance to trust to put the ball in the areas where they can attack. So without that slip fielder as well, it opens up that space where both Robin Seal and Gadimeng are trying to guide that ball down to the third man fielder. It's easy pickings right now. It's not really about the boundaries, it's just about keeping the score ticking when the opportunity presents itself.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't care who you are. As a batter, there's always a bit of nerves at the start of the innings. And while the ball is new and fresh, the best time to maybe extract anything from the pitch, why not have a slip in there, just in case.
It's a pity I didn't watch the match that they had against the Garden Route Badgers, but we will had the honour to commentate the Western Province game at the Auburn Oval in UJ.
Ooh, she nearly got into trouble there with a bit of a cross-batted attempt to slap that through the covers, inside edge, and just rolling past the leg stump of Nkadimeng.
Maybe that's why they don't need a slip fielder. Just gonna bowl them out. Get them playing it back into the stumps. Lucky to get away with that one. So, to their match against the Western Province when they were playing, scored 192 runs, not the biggest total over 50 overs. But when they started their defense, even in their defense, they didn't have those attacking options. They didn't use them. And at that time, they had the pleasure of Refilwe Monjo, who had the ball, who's now being called up to the South African emerging team. So maybe it's a style of cricket that they're trying to play. I'm not really sure. But it ends over number 2 nonetheless, or over number 3 rather, at 5 for no loss.
A very good over that from Lehlohonolo Miso. Very tidy indeed. And just a single conceded from it, so she's bowled 2 overs for one run now. A great start by her.
Superb replacement for Monjo. Really, every batter or every player that the Lions seem to lose, they have a handy replacement for it, which is the very same story with the Titans as well. So very level-headed, very level battle that we have between these two.
Samantha Skitter to continue to Robin Searle, keep her Mapua up again to the stumps. Driven a little bit uppishly, but sweetly timed and good fielding at mid-off.
Robin Searle seems to have a good touch here today, Ken.
Timing it nicely, certainly. That was good work by Miso, running quickly to her left at mid-off to cut that off. Skitter certainly getting the ball up there. She's giving it a chance to swing. Just on the fairly defensive sort of field setting to start. It's almost as if the Lions have resigned themselves to, it's going to be a tough day for bowling. We're going to be chasing. Let's try and restrict them. But you would like to see them give themselves a bit of a chance maybe for early wickets. Drive again for Yunlo.
I'd understand those sentiments, Ken, if you were put to bowl, if you were put to go defend. Now you chose to say, okay, I'm going to take it up, I'm going to bowl, and the main prerogative in those first 10 overs is to make use of that power play, to get the batters playing, get them striking, and create those opportunities for you. But right now it's not the case. It's as if, okay, we are going to constrain you, we are going to starve you of those runs, which by all fairness, they are doing very well. Maybe that's how they're going to create that pressure. But it would be much more fascinating and a much more interesting watch to put those attacking options alongside the defense as well.
Again, Cyril cannot pierce the field. This has been an excellent start with the ball by the Lions.
Sticking to their plans, bowling to their fields, allowing Skitter to go straight to the stumps if they want to with the short fine leg fielder who won't allow a single from her.
Ooh, Cyril was almost in two minds there. Skitter just brought the length back a little bit. She did end up coming forward well and defending tidily. End of the fourth over, and the Fidelity Titans are 6 without loss.
Still keeping it extremely tidy. Saw with the shots that Sil was playing, they looked so good, but they were going straight to the fielder each and every single time. And what I loved most about that over from Skitter is that every single ball forced Robin Sil to play at it. It was never a freebie to leave or a freebie to just smash wherever she wants to.
So, Neslochonola Miso will continue her third over. She's conceded just one run so far to Nkadimeng. There's a little dangle of the bat outside off stump. The ball coming through quite low a few times now to wicketkeeper Mapua.
Very something that's going to be planted now into the heads of the batters, that invariable bounce.
And that's the first extra of the morning. Miso just going a bit too far outside off stump.
Want to keep it a little bit more tidier than that, would she? Just a little bit more tidier, get it a bit more straighter, allow Nkadimeng to play the ball. She's currently faced 14 deliveries for her 3 runs.
Very watchful again by Nkadimeng. Bit of swing in to the right hander, very solid defence there. So now we have a third man and a fine leg on the boundary. No one on the boundary in front of square.
Seems like it's a definite ploy here, nothing going to the legs because it's an open leg side field. The fine leg is extremely fine. Very fine, and there's nothing in between her right up until that mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, Miso showing superb control, really. Again, bang on target. And even though she's varying her length a bit, her line has been absolutely immaculate.
She's been brilliant in that control. The length also to support those lines has been spectacular. Nothing for free, only that wide delivery where the swing was just a bit too much, starting too wide, but so much control.
And that now is put away behind square leg. It'll just be 2.
Relieves the pressure. It's been building up for a long time, and it's just Meso missing her lines ever so slightly, as we were talking about that wide area that is open in the leg side. Doesn't want to go there again.
Wrapped on the pad, down to fine leg, a stifled appeal from the Lions. But that will end another excellent over with a leg bar. And the Titans now 5, or no, 7 without loss, I think. 8, a wide and 2 runs. Just there's a small scoreboard a very long way away from us. Yeah, 8 without loss then after 5 overs. Pendula, do you fancy Miso's getting a bit of movement in the air?
Definitely is. Both the openers getting movement, Skitter in, Meso going out. So it's 2 different types of movements that the batters just need to acquaint themselves with.
So Skitter again now, and getting right behind that Lebogang and Nkadimeng. Not played with the hugest amount of confidence.
Nkadimeng now has to face the music that Robin Sil has been facing all this time. Skitter has only given away 3 runs from her 2 overs. Supreme control. No control of her run-ups though.
Maybe she just got a bit of a speed wobble there. So again, just third man, the only boundary rider for Skitter. Oh, and that is edged down to third man. Well, there, if there'd been a slip, but surely that would have been a very straightforward catch.
That's exactly what we're talking about here, Ken. Attack, because your bowlers are bowling attacking lengths. trust your bowlers to do the job for you. It's unfortunate that it's nothing there. Still no slip as well.
Yeah, it's not as if the run rate's at all out of control. Wickets are what you need. Again, struck on the pad, Searle. That Leighton swing from Samantha Skitter. You know it's coming, but it's still difficult to deal with, isn't it?
You never know how much it's going to hoop by, varying the length. You never know when it's going to start hooping.
That's a nice drive from Searle. She better be quick. Direct hit. And Cuddy Meng not showing too much urgency in getting across there. It was a direct hit from Lions captain Kamotso Rapua in the end at the striker's end, but Cuddy Meng had judged it well.
Run looked very laboured from her. Looked like she was dragging across. She's caught ball watching for a moment, eventually making it back home.
Yeah, there was hesitation at the beginning as well. Cuddy Meng knew she was safe. Had the rest of us very nervous. Skitter in again. And off the top edge of the bat, away on the offside.
Lions have made that adjustment now, Ken. They have that slip being put into place. Balesama ball. Not behind the gloves today. Great over construction again from Samantha Skesser here again. Barely giving anything away.
Yes, of course it is. It's the Proteas wicketkeeper, Sonalo Jafta, who is keeping wicket, a very accomplished wicketkeeper as well. So good to see her. Ever smiling face, the glasses under the helmet. Real quality wicketkeeper.
She's one of those players who also come into the team and inject so much energy with it. Always talking, always providing encouragement in the team. You can see her now dishing out instructions. Lehlogonolo Sadiq, rather Meso. She's changed her surname starting the season. Keeps on lingering in my mind, but it's Lehlogonolo Meso with the ball.
Oh, that was really pushed up there, very full, and Robin Searle could only get an inside edge squirting away behind square on the leg side. But she'll get a single.
Offering nothing short here are the DP World Lions, forcing the Titans batters to use their feet.
12 without loss inside the 7th over. The big drive from Cuddy Meng.
Those are those lengths.
Must have been quite close to the edge, judging by the Lions' reactions. We're commentating from a square-on position here at the China University of Technology. But leg side, so stifled appeal.
Getting that movement, compensating for the wider delivery, drawing Cuddy Meng into the shot. Could have been more comfortable leaving the previous one alone. That one a bit more sharper though, straighter.
So dragging her legs back. So it's been very impressive from Lehlogonolo Miso from the north end.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Neither of the Lions bowlers have gone into the double digits just as yet.
That was a tempter definitely for Cuddy Meng, but she did well to show restraint.
It's a good leave. Meso has already tested that line out And she did get drawn into the shot. This time showing much more restraint, like you said. Still early overs into the innings.
Again, keeping a bit low, but Nkadimeng had it well covered. And that's the end of the 7th over. And the Fidelity Titans are 12 without loss. Yeah, the scoring
Game have a power play, the second power play for 5 overs, where you can restrict the fielders to just 3. So the powers to score runs are still there for the Titans. So the fact that they haven't lost those wickets is absolutely big cheers for them.
Samantha Scooter will continue from the south end to Robin Searle. Over pitched. Searle missed out there, picking out mid-on. Yeah, I think it's also not, I think, the easiest pitch to score quickly on. I think it's a little bit slow, and we've seen a little bit of low bounce as well at times. So, we're not looking at 250, 300 here, I don't think.
Not at all. And even though the outfield looks pristine, the ball travels so nicely there. The mere fact that the batters can't get that pace onto the ball makes that power of the outfield a little bit lesser.
Yeah, it's going to be a day for skillful manipulation of the ball. Again, a bit over pitched, and Searle again not managing to beat the field thanks to the good fielding of Lions captain Kamota Rapu, but still through for the single.
It's what they've been doing very well since the beginning of the match here. The Lions supporting their bowlers, haven't fumbled anything.
And Captain Rapua also has got her fielders in the right places. We've seen a lot of balls hit straight to fielders. So credit to the captain, getting the angles right. It's a big field, this, even though the boundary rope has been brought in quite substantially.
Reinforcing the slip cordon, slip fielder gully in place.
Well left, so interesting. The Lions have gone from really ultra defensive at the start of the innings, and now that we're into the 8th over, suddenly we see a lot of attacking intent with 2 slips.
It would be a stroke of genius if they actually get a wicket from this now. Because they've been applying the pressure this whole time, just stifling them, no spaces to score runs, and all of a sudden now you have 3 fielders behind the wicketkeeper. So all of this room has opened up somewhere in the outfield. Now they think they can score, might score from the wrong delivery.
Nicely driven, but straight to the fielder again.
Still applying that pressure, and worse off now, Ken, the Lions ladies are starting to chat. They're starting to talk now around the batter. Conversations as we see the end of the over here. It's 8 gone at 13 for no loss.
Yeah, Robin Searle has 5 and Nebogang and Kadimeng on 7, and we've had just 1 extra as well, a wide. So really a very disciplined start with the ball by the DP World Lions, exactly what they would have wanted when electing to bowl first. As Miso will continue now to Searle. Nice drive again, but straight to the fielder.
Another big thing here, which is compliments to the Titans in retaliation to the bowling by the Lions, is that they really haven't given any opportunity for a wicket. There hasn't been any major ooh-ah.
There was that one edge to a vacant slip area.
We'll put that down to good placement.
Yeah, well, no slip, so it's yeah. It's never going to be caught without a fielder then. But I guess it was a false stroke, getting the edge. We do have, it almost looks like a gully now in place, or a very wide slip. Well, that was too short from Miso, and this time Searle has found the gap with a lovely little punch off the back foot through the covers, And that is the first boundary of the Titans innings.
Didn't take too long, Ken. Only 51 balls. Good looking shot though from Robin Searle. Wide delivery from Meso. We've been talking about how good she looks. So good foot movement, good timing of the ball. Finally finding the space in that cover area.
51 balls, isn't that the exact same time it took the Proteas to score their first boundary in their semi-final? Nicely punched off the back foot. Searle is certainly timing the ball nicely, but the placement is not quite as good at the moment. Wonderful bowling by Australia with the new ball in that semi-final on a pitch that certainly offered them help. The Lions have bowled also really well with the new ball here, but it is not that much assistance on offer. That's nicely played by Searle down to third man for a single.
And she's been eking out her runs down that third man areas. Both her and Kadimeng, whenever they do get that opportunity, they always trying to guide it through that slip area, which is why I am also finding the ideology on not having a slip there a little bit questionable. Eventually, with the ball having this invariable bounce, bouncing up, bouncing low, one of them will bounce a bit more than expectedly, which might have that carry, which is exactly what happened in that edge, which went amiss, as you see the end of over number 9.
Yeah, 18 without loss, probably the best over of the innings so far for the Titans. The other weird thing is that we have had a slip some of the time, and you've even had 2 slips for a few deliveries. So I'm not too sure what the Lions' plans are at the moment, but at the moment they've got things well under control. Their 2 new ball bowlers have done a great job, and no need to change personnel in that respect. Samantha Skitter will continue. She'll be bowling her 5th over now.
Floating it up there. The length has been supremely full, giving the ball all the time it requires in order for it to do what it needs to do in the air and off the pitch as well.
The cut, brilliant fielding, great stop by Nomkhululeko Tapete. That was heading for the boundary.
The pressure is immense from the Lions fielders. Another thing reminiscent of that Australia-South Africa match was the fielding from Australia right at the top.
It all adds up, doesn't it? Creating pressure. Oh, she just seemed to hold that one back a bit, Skitter, and Searle had to check the drive.
But still, Rapport was there to collect it before she could think of a single. Rapport was clapping her hands. Everyone is chattering. Everyone is talking.
Yeah, the Lions will certainly be the happier of the 2 sides, but credit to the 2 Titans openers who haven't done anything stupid. They've kept patient.
Robin Searle looks like she's hunting for that ball that has any sort of width. The drive she played earlier on, which didn't reach the boundary, had that width. The cut shot that she hit for 4, and now these ones, always looking for that wide delivery. But it becomes a little bit tougher against Skirter because she brings the ball in towards her, closing that angle very quickly, whereas with Meso, where she got the shots to go through, is the ball moving away from her.
Yeah, so there's a big gap between cover and almost a short extra cover, but she's struggling to get the ball through that gap. Perhaps a little bit of bottom hand coming through, and as you say, with the in swing as well, it's always sort of aiming for the inside half of the bat, and the drive going a bit straighter than maybe she would want. So 10 overs gone, 10 excellent overs by the DP World Lions, and the Titans are 18 without loss, as we have a change of voice now, as welcome Gert Maloney to commentary.
Ken, thank you very much. And what a scorcher. It is extremely warm. Very glad we're up here. We got a fan in the background, got a bit of shade, and great bowling by these two, by the opening pair from the Lions. And taking us back to that game they played at Wanderers, the Titans also had a bit of a struggle against Skitter back then as well.
Yeah, she's a very good performer, I feel, with the new ball. Very accurate. She gets that late movement. No great pace, but she knows what she's about. And she's got super control.
Meso coming in again for a sixth. Oh, the second ball that's just past the outside edge. She's just getting it to nip off the seam a little bit. And also the carry has improved from that first couple of overs, Ken.
I wonder, as the sun bakes this pitch, I guess the whatever early morning moisture was there, and to be fair, there would have been some because it was quite overcast earlier this morning.
And another one passing the outside edge. That one just died a little bit on the deck. See the keeper taking it on the bootlaces. And this is fantastic bowling. They are really, really just applying the pressure.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Gert, watching those first 10 overs, but the behaviour of the pitch, I don't think it's a 250 plus sort of wicket this.
The previous time these two played was almost a similar situation where they had a very slow start, admittedly not this slow, batting at about 1.6 to the over. But they also kicked on from there as the ball got a little bit older, and Skitter back then also causing all sorts of problems for the batters. Just another defensive shot, and it's kind of the shot that they've pulled out here, Ken. It's all defense, no risk taken, especially in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, one wonders when do the Titans feel that they've got to start taking a bit of a risk, taking a chance maybe just to break this stranglehold. The previous game between these two sides, that was a high scoring affair. I think the Lions chased down 263 to win, so also a reason for them to bat second.
A fantastic bowling. Cuddy Men batting them into a little bit of a hole. She's 7 from 38 at the moment, and Searle is 10 of 28 after the 11th over, 18 without loss, and that was a maiden over.
Another one. And yeah, singles are the one thing that have been notably missing for the Titans so far in the start. Just to rotate the strike a bit, I mean, it feels like Robin Searle has got a bit stuck facing Samantha Skitter the whole time at the one end, and in Kadimeng getting a bit stuck against the really impressive Lehlohonolo Miso as well. So if the Titans just could manipulate the ball a bit better, there are gaps that could help break the stranglehold, but credit to the Lions' new ball bowlers, they've been superb.
And it's Kidder coming in for a 6th. And she's just hitting that back of a length, just swinging the ball into the right-hander, just making it impossible almost to pierce this big yellow wall they have in the covers there with only 2 people in the covers.
It feels like a wall though, doesn't it? It's, Sunette Filion-Low, she's a wonderful athlete, wonderful fielder at cover.
There we see the run out chance, and that's suicidal run out. Cuddy Meng run out. Searle set off immediately for the run. Hesitation just a tad there by Cuddy Meng, and Skitter, what a great throw it was to the keeper.
Yeah, we've just said what a great athlete Sunette Filion-Low is. That was a crazy run. I mean, she moved very quickly to her left. The ball bounced up nicely, perfectly into her hands. Good throw. We know she's got a great arm, being a former Olympic javelist, but it was also straight over the stumps, and Sanala Jafta had the easiest of tasks. So a wonderful bit of fielding, and the pressure of the new ball bowlers has brought that wicket.
And that is what I think the word of the day will be for the Lions this time round. As we mentioned, that first game, they did allow the pressure just to relieve a little bit as the game went on. Now they want to, the pressure is all on the Titans at the moment. It's nothing on these bowlers of the Lions.
And they've brought the big gun out. The Titans, Sunelus, has come in at number 3. She was scheduled to bat number 4, but perhaps the Titans feel that there's a bit of urgency required just in trying to break the stranglehold that the Lions have here with the ball. So 18 for 1 in the 12th over.
And Skits are continuing brilliant bowling at the moment. She is none for 6 in her 6th over. Fantastic bowling. And it is Searle facing up. There we go. Just the single. Just giving her the one. A very interesting decision there to actually move the field back for Searle there. She's not been able to penetrate that wall of covers whatsoever.
Yeah, it was Sunelus who was on strike, and
My apologies.
amazing, just to give her one off the mark. Yeah, normally all conventional wisdom is a new batter. You try and keep them down that end. You don't give them an easy one off the mark, but it was Sunette Fillon low at deep cover, hit straight to her for the easiest of singles, and now they get to work on Robin Searle again.
Finally getting one just to flick through mid-wicket. Will only be 2. The outfield is perceptively slow. I thought it was going to be a bit quicker, but also heading uphill to that mid-wicket.
I wonder how much rain they had in Pretoria overnight. When we arrived this morning, it was pretty heavily overcast, but you always felt that the sun was going to burn those clouds away, which it has now done.
Again, just giving her that option of the easy one, and I think they really want Searle on strike. She missed out on a one there. They moved the cover back. This might be the tactics from the Lions. Get Lees starved for strike and then work over Searle.
Yeah, again, it's like patently obvious that they really don't want to bowl at Sunelus. Really giving Searle the chance to keep the strike there. But I don't know, a little bit negative for me. I mean, I think your best chance of getting the the queen pin out Sunelus would be early on in the innings, surely. You don't want to let her get settled because on what looks a fairly docile pitch, she could really make merry if she stays at the wicket for any length of time.
21 for 1, start of the 13th over, and there is a change in bowling as the left armour Mkhize coming in with the keeper standing up for Lees.
Well, it is Sanala Jafta, who's I think it's fair to say the most skillful wicketkeeper in the country.
Showing no fear, just keeping the batter honest. And this time around, just applying the pressure, wide port delivery there, just trying to push it across the right-hander Lees, but also this time keeping the pressure on, not giving her that one.
Yeah, keeper standing up to Robin Searle, worked a treat. She couldn't use her feet to get down the wicket to Skitter, who, as we said, is of no great pace. Neither is Mkhize, so you imagine without the keeper up, Sunelus would be getting down there.
And also not allowing her to bat outside the crease, allowing the ball to swing, give it all the time in the world, not able to cut off the swing earlier. But one feel that Searle could have gone, especially with Skit to bring it into her pads, maybe walk across one, struggling. So timing wasn't bad of the, but just struggling, maybe just clip one through mid-wicket a couple of times, just force a field change, opening up a gap on the other end. Gize coming into Lee's lovely drive there, and this is what the Titans required, 4 runs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised that with Sine Lus just having faced one delivery, I think, before this over, that they didn't keep Miso on. The new ball bowler who's been moving the ball away from the right-handed batters. Just to try and get that wicket, the major wicket early on. It's your best chance.
You alluded to it earlier, you don't want her settled, you don't want her staying at the crease for a long period of time. This is the wicket they want to really get the screws and dig into this lineup of the Titans. Field change immediately. Viljoen going back to the boundary there. Gize coming into Lees. Much better line, a lot tighter. Gize coming into Lees. Just dropping it down, and she replaced Meso, who bowled very, very well, Kim.
Yeah, 6 overs, 2 maidens, just 12 runs conceded. Personally, I would have just kept on for one more at Sine Lus, just to see if she could do something special.
Especially that last few overs, getting the ball to nip away a little bit. She was really hitting the marks. A little bit of the outside part of the bat. You can hear the Lions just getting a little bit excited with that one. And with the lack of pace, new bats at the crease, do you think that will hinder her? We know she's got lovely hands, but it will just maybe just let us bat within herself a little bit?
Yeah, you know, Sine Lus is vastly experienced, has played a lot of cricket on the subcontinent. So this pitch won't be anything new to her. She'll be very experienced in terms of handling it. But yeah, she probably can't just come in and blaze away right from the start. She'll need to get the pace of the pitch.
What would you say? You said earlier it's not a 300 wicket. Would you say 220?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty docile pitch, so I think taking wickets is not going to be that easy either. But a slow scoring pitch, so yeah, 220 may be a little low. I'd probably be aiming 240. I think that would be a good score, I feel.
With the start they have, I think they will take 240 any day. Another change in bowling, it's a double change as well. Taking Skitter off, who's bowled 0 for 9 in 6 overs. And is it up or just with the spin? And that is 1 for Sil, who's moved on a 13 from 33. 26 for the loss of 1. Busy in the 13th over, or 14th over rather.
So having done all the hard work, now's the time for her just to not give it away, to rotate the strike as much as she can, pick up the ones.
Oh, lovely shot, just dropping it short, and that's 4 runs again.
And there was a gallant gentleman on the far side of the field who did all the hard work running across to field the ball, but then tried to use his legs to stop it. Failed. It ran down the bank, and he was left with a lot more work to do than he would have wanted.
Almost looked like evasive action there in the last bit. Lovely flight that Rappo was giving. Just trying to get least entice her into that early drive. With the lack of pace, maybe just getting her to pop it up to that shorter cover. That's moving in quite quickly as well. They're changing field.
Yeah, we see Midoff coming in as well.
You can just see the experience there. As the other batters struggle to pick the gaps, Lisa's just come in and just played proper cricket shots and just picking the gaps, but more importantly, keep the rotation going.
Yeah, the quality has been immediately evident. Khamolta Rapua has been one of the most economical bowlers for the Lions, but she's not scared to toss it up. So she's got really good control.
Cuts away just a bit short. Not piercing the gap, and it's Searle. And it's the pressure just building on her a little bit. She is 13 of 34. Again, unable to pierce that yellow wall in the covers there. The end of the 14th, Rapport bowling very, very well. Except for the one that she dropped short to Lise. Good over.
Yeah, it was. She'll be filthy with herself for the one short one. But Robin Searle, Kat, you're a coach. What do you say to a batter who is in Searle's position where she's clearly hitting the ball nicely, timing it well, but just can't seem to place it away from the fielders?
It's a confidence thing at the end of the day. I would love her to play with a little bit more freedom, maybe take a risk or two. McKeezer coming in to Lise, and just allow her to take a bit of a risk. Just allow her to let the hands go a little bit, because I think a lot, and we saw it in the first game against these two franchises as well, she's kind of batting herself into that hole without taking a risk. And then if she goes out now, those questions will be asked. Why didn't you take it? Well, what's the thinking? So it's all a confidence thing at the end of the day. And I think that's where you can see the difference is in stroke play between Lise and Searle. There's just a lot more confidence and conviction in the shots when it comes to Sunay Lise than Searle at the moment. So that is what I would say to her is, you're opening the batting, there is fielders in these restrictions. If you get bobbed down, go for one.
Yeah, we can't emphasize the importance of singles enough.
And unfortunately, she was in the situation where she had a partner that also was struggling to find the gaps in it. So it wasn't just one way. It was the batting partnership that struggled. And we saw after 11 overs, they were 18 without loss.
Yeah, the run out was almost inevitable, wasn't it?
You never want to lose wickets, but that wickets has actually helped the scoring rate. Getting Lise in a bit earlier. She's 10 of 12 at the moment, and Searle is 13 of 35. And McKeezer is bowling well as well. She also had the one just over pitched to Lise, which she drove for 4, and busy with the fourth ball in the second over, and she's gone for only 5. Lovely dab down to third man, just getting rotation going a little bit. Single, 32 for 1.
Yeah, Kize building a really good over here. And there's the experience of Sunay, just giving the bowler their due, but going, we've got to keep the scoreboard rotating. I'll take one and get Searle on strike. Maybe the different length bowling to her, maybe she can conjure up something a bit different against some keys.
There we go, drop catch. McKeezer just dropping that one. Oh, that was Searle almost giving it away.
She was driving very firmly on the up, and it came back to McKeezer quite quickly. No return catch is easy. She got both hands to it, but a big chance for the Lions.
So yes, drop catch there. That was the chance that the Lions wanted. Searle did not want to give. But Rapport starting her second over. Field spread a little bit more for Lise. Happy to take the one. A little bit on the back foot there was Searle.
Yeah, I think she'll trust her quick hands. Played the spin off the back foot. I don't think there's a huge amount of turn out there, and if there is, it's going to be fairly slow.
Oh, finally moving a bit of feet movement there. That's the positivity. That's a bit more conviction in what you want to do. And with Rapport just tossing it up, you can actually get to the flight of the ball. There we go, another positive shot still just unable to pierce the gap.
At least it'll give the bowler something different to think about, that she's going to have to adjust her lengths.
And we saw with that previous ball, immediately a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. And that one just tossed up again, very happy to give the flight to Sil. So there's that, oh, that was nearly down the throat of mid on. And, oh, Sil is really struggling to pick the gaps here.
One can only feel for her. I mean, she's hitting the ball well, but just can't find the gaps.
And again, just hitting that cover region. She's giving proper fielding practice here at the moment. You've got to feel for her. And it's not like she's mistiming it. It's not like she's struggling with the timing of the ball. She is just seeing yellow at the moment. There's no green at the moment. It's all yellow.
Yeah, the shoulders are just starting to droop a bit, and one hopes that Sine Lus, with all her experience, former Proteas captain, is just giving her some valuable words of wisdom and encouragement. And Robin Searle could not really hope for a better partner at the moment as she goes through this tough time out in the middle.
And every batter goes through it, as we see Mkhize continuing to lease. Very happy with the one. Every batter goes through it, again, every now and again. And it's just to work through these bare patches, these winter patches, you can call it, and hopefully the green will come.
And we saw there with Sine Lus, just maybe just on a slow pitch, just wait for the ball a little bit more. You know, that was a ball that she could have maybe done a classical cover drive to, but instead she waited a bit. It was more of a cross-batted sort of drive, if you like, finding the gap through the covers.
That one just staying a little bit low. Excellent take there by Jafta. And I hear what you're saying, it's just opening up that face a little bit more, playing with an open face, and that we go back to the confidence. If you've got the confidence to open up the face and go for the gaps. At the moment, Lise is really batting well. Sil is the one that the Lions would like to bowl to.
Yeah, cricket is a very funny game, we know this, but batting, it's strange. You want to see the ball early, but play it as late as possible.
It's a very weird game. And I'm sure that Jafta would let Sil know that don't lose your wicket now, it's not good for your team. The chatter will be up. Just pulling up Mkhize there. And you can see even the field is just walking in a little bit quicker. When Sil's facing, they just want to cut off those angles even more. And oh, what a fantastic delivery, beating everyone, all ends up. Oh, not a great throw.
Again, one has to ask about a slip,
That one just getting the inside edge.
especially with the wicketkeeper standing up.
Yes, that might just put the extra pressure on, because when you're struggling like Sil is at the moment, the field becomes very small. The infield becomes very small, and then the outfield becomes huge. There we go, just dropping in. Oh, great fielding. Fantastic fielding.
Sarah Nettleton there, cutting off the single.
And that is those angles that they're just walking in, just making sure that they keep these screws on Sil at the moment. The Lions are bowling to the plan to perfection. And you can see now with the last ball of the over, just sending that cover out. Very happy to give it the one. Oh, that was good timing. And again, just hitting the fielder.
Yeah, the Lions fielders, apart from that one drop catch, have really backed their bowlers. They're in on the plan. They can smell the blood in the water with Searle, and they're just making sure they're quickly in. it's like a net that they're pulling ever tighter around her.
It's 37 for loss of 1 wicket, just a solitary wicket thus far for the Lions. But busy with the 17th over already, and batting at about 2 runs to the over. And Searle is there on 15 of 46, and Nelly's 13 of 17. Facing up, just flicking that one over the top, and that emphasizes the point that we made a bit earlier. Just taking the opportunities. The fielder is on the fence, just clearing the mid wicket. There's a lot of space behind the fielders as well. Just that chip shot, get yourself off strike, and immediately the pressure comes in for Searle again.
Yeah, the deep cover is now a cover. Tabete and Keys just swapping places.
A bit of flight and a bit of positivity there. Quick single, another chance of a run out. Oh, direct hit. That was very, very close, and that looked almost like desperation just to get off strike there by Searle.
It did, and she didn't really slide her bat in either, which I think nearly had her in deep trouble. That was close. No doubt in my mind that if we had a TV umpire, he'd be looking at that right now, but umpire Philip Fosslew doesn't have the privilege of that. But from our vantage point, just behind square, I would say Searle probably did just make it.
The plan for Lees is definitely a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Don't give it anything to get underneath or get through the line. And as you mentioned earlier, this deck doesn't look like it's going to be easy to hit through the line. You'll have to generate the pace through quick hands, and Rapport just bowling a brilliant length at the moment. Another positive stroke. There's a player there, and finally picking the gap, taking a chance. Fantastic fielding. What a superwoman effort that was.
Yeah, Sunette Filion-Low, clearly one of the best fielders in the country. That was spectacular. Down at Cow Corner, diving full length, the ball was bouncing high.
And finally, just that little positivity on Searle's side, immediately gets the gap afterwards. And her first boundary of the innings. Good shot.
Yeah, she just waited for that one a bit longer. That allowed her to pick her gap better. And it's funny how the shackles can just suddenly break. Sometimes it just takes one shot and the innings can get underway.
But it just comes back to a little bit of conviction, a little bit of positivity. You saw her moving her feet, coming down the wicket, and immediately after that, that conviction in the next shot, hitting the gap.
Yeah, and the bowler dropping it a bit shorter because it was a very bold shot by Searle, coming down the wicket, as you say, lofting it over the infield. And she'll be feeling a lot better about herself now.
You got to ask, where was that in the power play? Especially with Skitter bringing the ball into her, if she can play that positively through the line, that would definitely have given her some impetus in the innings, have her gate going a little bit more.
Yeah, the keeper was standing up to the stumps. There was that bit of movement, late movement into her. But
as we take drinks here at Tshwane University of Technology, a little bit of cloud cover coming in, just some relief. But I say cloud cover, it's 1 or 2 clouds just hiding the sun a little bit. It is extremely hot out there as the players enjoy drinks.
They're the sort of scattered little clouds that I always associate with very hot days. I would say there's a cooling breeze blowing across the ground, but it's actually the fan behind us. No respite for the players, I don't think. They'll be enjoying this drinks break.
It is a fantastic day for cricket. It is the Lions that is well and truly on top. Just a solitary wicket at the moment was the run out that they had from Kadimeng that was run out after her and Sil had a very circumspect start, to say the least. After the 11th over, only 18 on the board, Ken.
Yeah, and you could just feel the pressure building. A run out seemed almost inevitable, and it was a poor call, to be fair, by Robin Searle, chopping Skitter off the back foot in front of square on the offside. Sunette Fillon low. We just said what a wonderful fielder she is. She moved swiftly, the ball bounced up beautifully, pinpoint throw straight over the stumps for Sinala Jafta, and Lebochan Kadimeng was run out by quite some margin. But since then, Sine Lus has come in and batted very brightly, and Robin Searle just starting to break the shackles as well.
And the bowlers went very, very well.
Yeah, the new ball pair were outstanding. Lesoko Nolomiso, 6 overs for just 12 runs. She bowled a couple of maidens as well. Set the tone with the maiden straight up. And Samantha Scudder, 6 overs for just 9 runs. Absolutely fantastic by her. Relechebochile Mkies had a bit of a shaky first over, but she's come back very well. 3 overs for just 9 runs. And Khamotsa Rapu, the captain and spinner of the DP World Lions, she's bowled 3 overs for 16 runs, as the batters are putting her under a bit of pressure.
Yes, and it was the Searle that actually went after her a little bit. She scored a lovely 2, where we saw brilliant fielding in the outfield, and then a lovely shot through the covers for 4. At the moment, Sil is there, 22 of 50 balls, still a lot of work to do. Got to lift that strike rate. She's on a 44 strike rate at the moment, and Sine Lees is showing all her experience. She's 15 of 19 with 2 boundaries already, striking at nearly 79.
Yeah, and Kadimeng made 7, just 7 runs of 39 deliveries. So that just speaks to the stranglehold that the Lions bowlers have had on affairs so far as we go into the second hour of action.
And again, just happy with the 1. Lee starting to rotate the strike nicely and just showing the confidence in Sil. And that's what you mentioned as well earlier, is that experience. We'll be talking to her as well, just calming her down, saying, listen, you're going through a bad patch, but let's work from here. Don't give it away.
Exactly right.
Mkize coming in. Jafta staying up to the stumps for both batters, just making sure that they stay in the crease. And the deep covers come into a normal cover position for Sil. They wouldn't mind her playing 1 or 2 shots, since she's been picking out the fielders consistently. Oh, what a ball! And Sil has given it away, hitting that top of off. Fantastic bowling. Mkize, the breakthrough for the Lions.
Yeah, so just trying to force that down the ground. The previous delivery, there seemed to be a bit of late movement into Searle, and I think if we watch a replay of that, there might actually be similar sort of movement back into Searle there. She was trying to force it down the ground, and it was beautifully bowled by Mkize to bowl her through the gate.
And that is exactly what the Titans did not want. They don't want her to give a wicket away. And it was lovely bowling. It's just that bit of slow shape through the air. Just going through the gate and just hitting that middle stump. Fantastic bowling, Mkize. And all sorts of pressure now for the new batter coming into the crease.
Yeah, and a key time in this innings, because it's Annika Bosch, the other Protea in this Titans top order, who comes to the wicket to join Sine Lus. And the Titans very much in need of a big partnership between these two. The left-arm seamer Mkize, lovely bowling, just bringing it back into the right-hander there. A lovely length as well. Enticed the drive, but it wasn't quite there to drive. And excellent bowling by Mkize, who's come back really well from a shaky first over.
And it was the same ball that Sil play directly to her that she dropped her from was also that check drive, trying to get it past the bowler, trying to rotate the strike. This one just going through bats and pad. Fantastic bowling. And yes, Anneke Bosch and Sinead Luce has got a huge task on their hands now. Oh, lovely off the pads. Through square. And that'll be another, the first boundary for Anneke Bosch. And what a start.
First ball, no problem at all. Just straying a bit onto her pads. Very tidily put away.
I think getting carried away with the movement that she's getting, just starting it a bit straighter. And this is the problem that the Titans find themselves in. Not just do they need a big partnership here, they also need to up the run rate as well.
Yeah, I suppose the good thing is 47 for 2 is it's not a terrible score. The overs may be a little bit of a concern, but we know these two can catch up.
And immediately positivity in the conviction, trying to pierce that offside field. Only the second ball Anneke Bosch has faced, and she's moving nicely.
Yeah, two very confident strokes by her.
One feel that Lise would have told her, listen, just have a look at the ball. It's not coming on as we expect it would. But very well left. Mkhize, good comeback there. After straying that first one onto the legs. She's taken now 1 for 14 in her 4 overs. And the big wicket of Seoul.
Yeah, and at least for the Titans, Sinead Luce is now, she's set. She's been there for 20 deliveries. So it's not as if they're two new batters in at the same time trying to get themselves used to conditions. That'll allow Bosch just to take her time a bit as well. No, there's not too much pressure on her. As we're going to see a change of bowling. It looks like Miso is going to come back and bowl from the south end.
One got to wonder what the thinking is to change ends as she bowled so brilliantly. But Mkhize is also bowling well. This could be a chance they feel that the ball moving away will complement the ball moving in from the left armour. Just create some pressure on these two Protea batters. And Jafta are still staying up to the wickets as well. They really do not want to give anything away here, the Lions. Full straight, just pushing it at it a little bit.
Also, I think the Miso, Scooter and Adam Keys are the Lions' 3 chief pace bowlers. They're going to bowl a lot of spin, so maybe they also just want to let their pacers use the ball when it's still fairly fresh.
Oh, lovely dab down to third man. Point actually picked that one up as the ball just slowed on the outfield there a little bit. But it's very clear that these two love to rotate the strike. It's a contrast to the opening pair that we saw earlier.
Yeah, there are a few more gaps in the field with
Square cut. And that one just for the single again. And there was 5 singles in that over.
Yeah, that speaks to what we were talking about, that it can be frustrating for bowlers to just give away a constant flow of ones. You kind of get frustrated. You want to get to bowl to one batter for 3 or 4 deliveries. And if you can't do that, then you start to try something different. And that can lead to the boundary ball. So certainly for Bosch, I would bring one more fielder into the ring on the offside.
Mkhize continuing to Anneke Bosch. Just trying to get that ball in to swing in late. And it's 55 for the loss of 2 after 20 overs. And I am joined. You get men and you get the man. Pendulo, welcome back.
Oh, man, I'll take the compliment. The man and the game, the lady with the ball is the one who took the wicket. Brilliant delivery to dismiss Robin Sill. She runs in now with sharp take from Snalo Jafta, who keeps standing up to Relebogile Mkhize.
And interesting enough, also stood up for Meso as well.
Showing the caliber of the skill, we're watching a very young player in Mkhize bowling to the experience of Annika Bosch and Sune Lus, both pro-tier players. One world class, as Sune Lus is regarded as one of the finest batters around the world.
That one just coming off the bat nicely, and you can see there's just a little bit of movement as she's just closing the face on that one.
They're making it easy, just trying to penetrate the gaps and get the spaces moving. As she's closed down the gaps, she makes the angle more acute, trying to access this mid-wicket to fine leg space, which is just gaping wide.
And that's actually where she scored her first boundary, just straying on the legs. But ever since then, Mkhize showed great control, giving her nothing and asking her to make the decision, listen, if you want to take me on there, go across the stumps, and it brings that LBW into play.
Mkhize, from what we've seen so far from her during this season, is that she has extreme control, and her economy rate has always been impressive, both from 2020 and from a 50-over version of the game.
There's that one, just worked off the hip a little bit. Fantastic fielding.
But also to speak on top of what Mkhize does, it's that constant pressure that she puts in, and also being the lone left armer in the team, she provides that variation, that X factor that the team requires.
That is what you need. You just need that someone different. Oh, big appeal and given, and she's got the massive wicket of Lee's fantastic bowling.
That is exactly what she's brought in to do. That is exactly what she does. That control that she has. She's been menacing with the ball moving back into the right-hander. And this time she gets the very big fish of Sune Lus, who looks extremely comfortable in her work.
And that looked gone for all money. You can even see Lus on the replay, just kind of as soon as it hit, almost walking. She knew the moment she missed that it was hitting middle.
The lengths have been fantastic from Mkhize. The moment you miss it, you know that height is not a problem. You miss it inside your inside edge, flat, dead on to the pads. There's no other place that it is going. So Sune Lus, 18 from 23 balls. She looked like she was playing on a different pitch, finding gaps where every other batter just seemed not to find them. And it's an important breakthrough from Mkhize and the Lions.
It's 56 for a loss of 3 wickets. And that is the one, that is the hole they wanted. They did not want these two to get set. They did not want these two to get going. And now Annika Bosch is joined by Pryor, who's been going well.
She's actually joined by Gandhi Jafta. Just waiting. They're waiting on Pryor to come in. She's going to have her turn. She's also a quality batter alongside in the Titans lineup. Snalo Jafta, or rather not Snalo Jafta, Gandhi Jafta. She's been having a good season so far. She's been scoring sexy scores within the 30s, within the 40s, good 20s here and there. Still looking to kick on. Right now she has a perfect opportunity as her and Annika Bosch look to rebuild this innings. There's still 29 overs to go.
So yes, as you said, opportunity to kick on. If she gets a start here, it's a lot of time to bat. There is still 39 overs left in this innings as there's another change in bowling. Meso just bowling the 1 over, and they've opted to take off the pace again.
In comes Sarah Nettleton now. Right arm off spinner. She'll be bowling to Annika Bosch. Pace has been performing very well in this match so far. Just Giving away nothing. Mkhize with 2 wickets, giving away just 3 runs to the over. Khomotorapo, the only spinner who's bowled so far, going at over 5 runs to the over. So Nettleton will want to really tidy it up.
And as we saw that from the Lions, and credit to them, they've not been scared to give it some flight. And it just creates that slow turn. You've got to create the pace with the hands, quick hands. There we saw Annika Bosch, lovely timing there. But that then creates just the one. And this is now what they want. The new bats on strike, Jafta on strike. And there'll be a lot of chatters. Oh, I love the slip coming in. Now the pressure is going to be applied. I wish they did this for Annika Bosch when she actually came in. We spoke about it, myself and Ken. Where's the pressure? Now you can see the Lions feel they're in for a shot for a low score.
That's that looped delivery that you're talking about again, trying to destabilize the balance of Gandhi Jafta. She just walks into the crease, trying to find her feet.
And Nettleton very happy to take all the pace off the ball.
And you and Ken were talking about the slow nature of the pitch as well. The mere fact that she's going to slow it down as a slow bowler as well. So much is being thrust into the hands of the batters, as you can see. The hand speed from Gandhi, whipping that to the cow corner where Sunette Viljoen is stationed.
And that brings Annika Bosch to strike, and field going out for her again. Only 2 balls remaining in this over. Sure, she'll still flight it up. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Fantastic fielding. Mid-wicket, complementing the over bowled and keeping the new batter Jafta on strike.
Palesamapo, she is a wicket-keeper by nature, so diving around and sharp reflexes are things that come naturally to her as she's standing in that short mid-wicket area. Over number 22 coming to a close, 58 for 3.
And what a lovely situation to be in when you can have 2 quality keepers in your team, but also can produce in the outfield for you as well.
100%. We also know that they have a third wicket keeper who's not available for this match in Karabome. So up and coming shining star, still 16 years old, plays for the under 19. She keeps wickets there. She's taken some great catches in the season so far. So just testament to that. And on top of that, there are also some quality batters too for the Lions. We talked about the depth that they have. But the nice thing in this context is that the Titans also have similar quality in their depth of batting too.
But they do have to kick on a little bit. 58 for a loss of 3. Mkhize continuing and just leaning back in the shot, just trying to get it over that infield. But all she's seeing is yellow at the moment.
So much pressure that is being put on. Don't think it's the wisest idea to take on a bowler like Mkhize, especially new into the crease. She's getting movement. She's got her rhythm going. Just 3 runs to the over plus those 2 wickets. Just want to be guarded, just like that. Give her the respect. The only time she did get punished is when she did bowl that very wide delivery 4. She got smashed through the covers for 4. But apart from that, she has super control, and what you want to do is take advantage of the ball moving into you as the right-hander. Try to squeeze it into that open leg side area, just like Sunay Lus and Annika Bosch were doing. It's going to be tough if you're just trying to find your feet.
That is a lovely shot, piercing the gap on the offside between cover and point. And great effort in the end. 4 runs.
Super effort from Sunette Viljoen. Again, she's trying to run hard. She's active in the field. But that width offered by Mkhize is that one that the batters must wait for. But she just pushes it a bit too wide, trusting the ball to swing back. That one not doing too much. Not a bad ball, but a good shot from Jafta because she is a quality batter.
And they do have that second slip fielder in position. And you got to feel that's kind of what you went for there. Maybe get the expansive drive, get the edge going across Jafta. That one coming in again, that'll be called wide. Maybe this time just overcompensating from the wide delivery.
100%, 100%. Don't want to bowl another one of those. Just messes with your head a little bit when you get pounced. You've been bowling very well, 2 overs consistently pouncing where you should be, and then you just get a wrong one and you get smashed. Just messes it up with a little bit. Mkhize needs to hold strong here.
And this might also be the tactics from Jafta. Maybe get her off her game a little bit. It actually worked for her in that one. We kind of thought she was a bit overzealous with the one she tried to hit over the in-ring. But that could be the ploy for them. And in the situation they're in, they got to do something to not to let these line bowlers just bowl at them. They got to create something for themselves.
It's that interesting contest. It's been speaking about the defensive nature of the Lions batters, or of the Lions fielding rather, and their positioning. But it messes with the batter's head so much when you are getting your good shots going. You think you have your scoring options opened, only to find there's a fielder's there not allowing you to access those scoring options. That's why you see Agandij after trying to go expansive and go for those big shots, and which is why Sunay Loose was such an important wicket to get, because she had that figured out from the moment she jumped into the crease.
You could just see the focus from Luis there, and Anneke Bosch just happy to play with a straight bat. Great over Mkhize there, 2 for 21 after 6.
Fantastic over. She just continues being consistent, being persistent on that line, on that length. She's been getting the reward for her work. Sarah Nettleton now, the spinner, needs to continue applying the pressure from the other side, because that is how they got their wickets so far. The opening batters absorbed a lot of deliveries, absorbed so much of that, but to no avail as they lost their wickets quite cheaply despite taking so many deliveries. It's what they want to do here as well. Put them in that hole that you keep talking about, Gert, where they eventually feel like they have to explode out of it and then put themselves into trouble.
And that's exactly what the Lions will be hoping for, that that explosion will create another couple of chances to go their way. Oh, lovely bowling. Nettleton just going on the outside edge of Jafta there, again trying to lift it over the infield.
It's the beauty of that flighted delivery. Just makes you think that you're gonna get it, dips right in front of your bat. Nothing much you can do about that, if you're trying to whack it, that is.
More flight, and the outside part of the bat once again. This will be an easy 2.
Pushing wide at it is Gandhi after rather. When she goes at it with hard hands. The Lions have been using a gully for a long time. Would be a good option to put that gully alongside the slip fielder as well, just to take out the idea of trying to go hard at those wide ones and making it a risky shot.
What the Lions did well with Sil is they cut off those angles very nicely. A big appeal, no run. The fielders cut off those angles, and it made life very difficult for Sil. So even if she got the timing, she was just hitting the fielders because there was no angles to work with. Now you can see the fielders just on the ring a little bit. They're just a bit back more. And with Jafta on strike and maybe throwing the hands at the bit, maybe just try and squeeze an extra one in there in front of her eyes. Good fielding again.
That extra one in front of your eyes also takes away, it makes you second guess shots like that one. Just make you think twice about them.
But the execution of the bowling plan from the Lions have been brilliant in Dubai.
They haven't given anything away. The fielding has also been intact. Just that dropped catch from Mkhize, dropping Sil. Wicket she eventually got herself through her own bowling.
She thought she'll do it the easy way. Don't let this ball come back. And it was a similar shot from the one she actually dropped. And this time, Sil just missed it and it hit the middle pole there. Nettleton continuing. Lovely flight of delivery again, and Jafta doing good work there in the end. Fantastic over, just the 2 runs coming from it. And Nettleton has now bowled 2 overs for 4 runs and 66 for 3 after 24.
Dire situation, does not look good at all. They barely going at over 3 runs and over. They still not even near that 3 runs and over that they batting at. So much relentless pressure being put in by the Lions bowlers. Sarah Nettleton, she's coming in, she's doing the job that she really needed to do. Bowl that spin, use the flight, use the turn that the pitch will give you. She's just varying everything so wonderfully here. Now Khomo Zorapo thinks that, I can also do my job with my spin. Here she is now coming from the north end.
Just changing ends with Rapo. And this will be interesting if they keep spin on from both ends. Just taking the pace off completely. And from here, what would you say will be the next score to get? What would their target be?
Just getting to 100 now will be the best thing for them. Getting to 100 before over number 30 ideally. Because you always multiply your score by 2 once you get to 30. And if you multiply it and you're still not getting to a 200, doesn't sound too good. And you've already lost 3 of those wickets too. So 100 in about over number 30.
That should be the target. And we discussed it earlier in the broadcast that on this deck actually flattening out a little bit. Maybe not giving as much as it did in the morning session. Definitely the variable bounce looks like it's been sorted out. And there is the shot. Fantastic shot. Anneke Bosch not allowing Ramaphosa to settle.
Dancing down the track was Anneke Bosch, getting right to the pitch of the delivery. Heads that over the top. I thought the moment it left the bat it might be going for 6, but goes for a couple of bounces. It's 4 runs. Very well needed relief of that pressure and actually counter-attacking that pressure and applying it back to Rapo.
I think the Titans will know the dangers of having the lack of pace on both ends. They want to put pressure on at least 1 or 2 bowlers. As we see a huge change in the field now, they've got 4 on the boundary. There's the sweeper out, and then mid on, mid off is out as well. A lovely flight to delivery.
Rather reactionary fielding change here from the Lions. You would think that you don't mind your shots going over the top if the batter is the one taking the risk. Don't mind them dancing down the track. Beat them in the flight and hopefully create something. Don't mind them doing that. Don't mind them hitting over the top. That's why you have your mid on, mid off for that mistimed shot. So just removing that weight and giving her an easy one after the 6 seems like an easy way to get her off.
And that also now moves it to 5 runs from the over. And just in that, doubled up the scoring rate in this over than they've done through the whole innings. And maybe just keep that pressure on. They're in that beautiful situation where they can actually keep squeezing and forcing Anneke Bosch. You want the runs, you play it.
That's the idea that they must always be working for. Every now and then you'll get the delivery that will slip up. That one just dropping short from Rapo, easily played to the deep square leg in Nettleton. How we end over number 25. The score now is 72 for the loss of 3. And you have all of these runs as the Lions that you've taken away from the Titans. You have all of them. It's the Titans now who have to take the onus of the innings and go and score those runs. You don't want to give them away where they can start eking out 4 runs to the over with easy singles, because after 10 overs, that does really, really add up. So I like what they're doing with Gandhi Jafta, putting that pressure on, protecting your bowler with the deep square leg because the ball is turning into the right-hander. I want to see the same with Anneke Bosch because she's still not as settled as we think she is.
Spin from both ends. That one just hurrying on to Jafta a little bit. The quicker one through the air. I love the change up. And it's the first time in the game we've seen spin from both ends.
I would be comfortable in keeping these spinners operating as well.
There's that flight to delivery. And similar to what we saw on the Wanderers, Tshwane University of Technology doing the same thing for the Titans. They cannot penetrate that offside field of the Lions.
The frustrating thing is that the bowlers keep giving them that delivery. They keep giving them that shot. Keep making them believe that they have a score, and it's just not there.
Compliments to Jafta. They're always making sure that the angles are correct from the fielders. Placement is to perfection at the moment. Again, just hitting the fielders. And this is what I feel they should do with Annika Bosch as well. You mentioned it. Put the pressure on her a little bit more. Keep the pressure going. If she goes for one or two, let her go for one or two.
At the end of the day, Gert, it's understanding that the player you're playing against is quality.
Yes.
And eventually, they will find a way to score against you. But they won't do it all the time. That is the situation. That's why reactionary field placing is just a no-no for me on my side. Because what are the chances that a player of that quality will give you the same opportunity again?
Yes.
But anyway, we end the over. It's 26 done. Slight appeal to close it off. Still 72 for the loss of 3.
Yes, we saw it in the World Cup a few times. Just ask very well-known Glenn Maxwell what happens if you drop him twice in a game. So that's what you want. If they're going to give you a chance, you want to be in a situation to make sure that you send them backing. You don't want to give someone like Annika Bosch a second and third chance. And also because you know that Jafta has been struggling to kick on. She might score the 20 or the 30 and then she kind of gives it away. You want that pressure on her as well. You don't want the experience of Annika Bosch with her talking her through those difficult periods.
Genuinely don't. You want Annika Bosch as well to feel like she's in some sort of deep sea, fighting for a way to swim through the ocean.
Flighted immensely. That was a full toss. Lovely cover drive.
Nothing much that the fielding team can do about that. Just poor delivery from Khomoto Rapo. She knows that it was a poor delivery. No pitch. Just giving Annika Bosch an easy shot. Madison Landsman tried her best at short extra cover. Nothing much she can do.
I think that ball was past her before she blinked her eyes. Lovely timing. It is quite a big outfield on the offside there. Rapport coming back with a much better delivery, and that's exactly what you want. As we said earlier, she's going to play her shot. She's going to give you one or two and then follow it up. Keep hitting the areas, keep hitting the lengths. Another single here takes it back to that 5 runs to the over. And you can see that's kind of what they're looking for. Much better length this time by Rapport.
Bowling with much more control, much more sharpness through her action as well, Rapport.
Now they're moving the feet. Lovely Annika Bosch, and a fantastic shot once again. A little bit caught on the heels was that fielder on the boundary there.
Hits hard from Annika Bosch as well. Getting momentum as she dances down the track. She meets the ball at the length of its bounce perfectly. She's reading it from the time it leaves the hand. Meso trying her best there at long off. Just slightly down on her left side. She even tried to dive there, Gert. No chance.
Lovely timing, and as we saw when Annika Bosch came in, first shot was off the legs, already a 4. Fantastic batting at the moment. She's taking the counter punch back to the Lions. She's now on a 21 of 24 with Jafta. Her partner struggling a little bit. She's on 9 of 21, but you just need that 1 or 2 to come off.
That's what Sine Lus was trying to do. What Sine Lus tried to do with Robin Sill was to give her the strike. At the end of the day, as the top order batter, your responsibility is to face the deliveries and to score runs from the top of the best bowling of your opposition team. Sine Lus always giving guidance to Sill, giving her the strike. And eventually it looked like Robin Sill was starting to find it. starting to build up a score, starting to build the confidence, but eventually just losing it because the pressure was too much.
McKeezy bowling her with an absolute jaffa. Just coming in from the little swing that she gets from into the right hand and then also just off the deck.
100%.
Nipping as well. Fantastic bowling. And that was a good over for the Titans. That over produced 9 runs.
Very good over for them. Very good over. It's what they'll want more of. Rapport will just want to think about what she's been doing a little bit, giving Annika Bosch those runs. And Annika Bosch, unlike what Sunay Luce was doing, she's taking the strike and she's taking it on. Gandhi Jafta just taking her time on the other side, taking a breather.
Nettleton continuing to Annika Bosch. Giving the one. And this will be better news for the Lions. They now got 5 balls to bowl at Jafta. Just to pull back that run rate a tad because they're now 81 for 3, busy with the 28 and closing in on that 100 that you were calling for on the 30th over.
Doing a good job to pick it up here is Annika Bosch. Exactly what the Lions want here. You can see the field standing up. She tried to access that third man boundary. There's no one there now. Whole offside field, cover, backward point, short mid-on, short mid-off you can say, standing in line with the stumps.
Exactly for that shot, just trying to make sure that Jafta stay on strike. They don't want to get Annika Bosch back on strike. And if she's still facing the last delivery, it probably will move out, give her the single. Nettleton going, oh, that one flew off the outside edge of Jafta. You might think of 3 here. It is a big boundary.
Happiness with the Lions, just keeping that to 2 runs, showing the discomfort that Jafta is facing as she's bowling to Sarah Nettleton. Snarlo Jafta going to give her bowler a high five because, man, is she happy with the work that she's doing here.
Keeping the pressure. Nettleton to Jafta.
Having to whip out a very different stroke this time as Jafta, just to alleviate some of that pressure and to access that space again. Not something that the Lions will be too worried about.
1 ball left in the over. Field moving out. It's expecting the field to stay in for Annika Bosch, trying to keep her on strike, maybe dart it in. Did a fantastic job there as they will bowl at Jafta again in the next over. Interesting to see what the captain does. Is she going to leave herself on or is she going to make a change in bowling?
Would be interesting. Samantha Skitter still lies in the works, but they still have that batting power play, do the Titans, where they will have 5 overs and have 3 fielders just patrolling the boundary. So the preservation of the strike bowlers might be there, maybe not, because here she comes now.
Let me just give her a short burst of 1 or 2 overs as well. She bowled brilliantly.
Have to call back something for a break to happen somewhere, and would have thought she were going to keep her for those overs because she has only 4 more remaining. But Khomoto Rapo thinking that now is the time.
She's the only bowler that actually went for a bit of stick. She went for 31 runs in her 5 overs, going at 6 and over. And Skitter's been phenomenal. Her 6 over went for 9 runs. And what an opening pair it was with Metsu.
By far the most economical bowler. Changing ends this time because she was bowling from the south end in her first spell.
Immediately outside, or beating the outside edge of the bat. And Jafta standing up to the opening bowler as well, just applying that pressure.
So with the feet movement of Annika Bosch, that if you go outside the crease and needs the ball on its bounce, so much more easier to score. Not an easy thing to do with your keeper standing up.
And also a rare loose delivery by Skitter, just apologizing to Jafta there. And also with the control that Skitter has been bowling with, it makes it a lot harder to judge of when to move your feet, when to go at the ball. Because she's been hitting the areas, hitting the length, getting that late movement to come into you as well. Oh, there's a lovely shot by Jafta, just leaning back and cutting.
Not a good delivery there coming from Samantha Skitter. Giving this one a lot of width. Just dropping it a little bit shorter than she wanted to. And it's a great shot coming from Jafta as she gets that gap. Very tiny gap, but she pierces it anyway to the point boundary.
It's always been interesting for me when, as a bowler myself, never this level, but you kind of feel comfortable coming from one end. Why would your captain then feel they want to change you? You've gone for 9 runs in 6 overs, you feel good from one end. Changing up and just a little uphill run might just upset your rhythm a little bit. And immediately you can notice the length that Skitter is bowling. She was full, she was straight, she was swinging it, coming downwards, and now just going up and running up the hill a little bit. Just that rhythm doesn't look as smooth as it did in the first 6.
Genuinely what I was thinking. Looking a little bit clunkier as she gets to her gather. Just slightly clunkier. Not as poetic as it was in her first stint. Even the way she's releasing the ball, just releasing it a touch later than what she was, dropping a little bit.
Just that left shoulder dropping a little bit early. And just trying onto Jafta's legs. You can see a disappointment in Jafta, knowing that there's a huge gap there, and she picked the one fielder, and that could have been runs for her. She's moved on to 16 of 29, and Annika Bosch 23 of 28. 90 for the loss of 3, busy with the 29th over, and happy to send the field out for that last ball. There's the one they were hoping for.
Just finds herself searching for her areas here. Samantha Skitter was never really comfortable in any area to put the ball in that over, just everywhere. But it ends now with the score on 91 for the loss of 3.
And Skitter has gone for 15 in her 7 overs, still brilliant bowling. And you mentioned that 200. They're definitely going to need a big over somewhere with that 14 or 15, maybe 2 of them, just to get past that 200. You don't want a 201, you don't want a 203, 210, 220. Just makes that psychological difference.
And in order for that to happen, they're really going to have to ask both Gandhi Jafta and Annika Bosch to stay there as long as they possibly can. Speaking 5 overs ago, what score in the 30th over would work best? Round 100 would be good. They've gotten there without any damage.
Big flight to delivery there. Got away with that one, did Nettleton.
And you still look at some of the firepower that's to come for the Titans, still having the likes of Amogelang Mapangula, who is a strong striker of the ball. She can come in and hit a good cameo. She's long, big levers, strong lady. Then after that, you have Simone Lawrence. She has a centurion in the season so far. She can give it a little bit of a tap, the 16-year-old. So it's not like the Titans are missing any batters, despite not having Elise Marie Marks. Still stronger team.
Jafta going for 1 to the deep cow corner. Fantastic fielding again. And just down to the 1. And they'll be very happy with that. 92 for the loss of 3 wickets. 2 balls left in this 30th over.
Just dropping the fielder down here. Sarah Barber patrolling the sweeper, but she won't be needed. That short fine leg coming in handy. Still, the fielding from the Lions has not dropped a tad.
And Annika Bosch will be annoyed with herself. That was short spinning away from her. She could have picked that gap. Oh, fantastic fielding. Nettleton doing it all for her own bowling. She's been a bit of a surprise package today, not giving anything away.
Absolutely mighty spell here from Sarah Nettleton. During the change-up, we were looking at how well the three seamers were bowling. Khamozorapo was finding a tough time with her spin, but in comes Nettleton, showing that her vision of spin is working today, and she's got her lines and lengths working. As we see the end of over number 30. Don't think that the Titans, from where they were, will be too upset. 92 for 3. The main thing here is this partnership from Jafta and Bosch is starting to grow some legs.
I think the one thing they'll be happy with is they still got that 7 wickets in the bank. They will be able to go a bit harder in the end. I think they know they're about 20 to 30 runs light. Rotating that strike might have been important. Would have loved Sinelis to kick on a little bit. But Jafta doing a great job. Also getting bobbed down in one end a little bit. 18 of 34. Just going over 50 strike rate. And then the keeper for them must be Annika Bosch.
100%. She's doing so well so far. 23 from 31 deliveries. But Lelebuchi Lemkize now comes from the north end.
After finding the edge. And will go down to a vacant third man for 4.
She comes in, she's been dangerous, she's been bowling fantastically well as Lelebuchi Lemkize. And she's the one bowler who looks like every time she's running in, she's just going to do something with it.
That expansive drive, she's been asking for it for a while now. Jafta's been happy to oblige.
She's always been happy, but still, you bring in a bowler to take a wicket and you're not giving her attacking options. And now you come in again with the reactionary fielding. You've seen that she's been struggling. Your bowler has been bowling well this whole time. And only now when you see the damage do you put in the slip. What are the chances you might get it again? But Mkiza has been bowling well, maybe she might.
There's the one just dropping short. This might be the second boundary of the over. And that is that reactive field placing that you were talking about.
Very undeserved for Lelebuchi Lemkize. Poor delivery nonetheless. Could have pushed it a bit further, but pulled it back, got it a bit straighter. Gandhi Jafta is happy that this is the delivery she receives after the jaffa she did in the first.
And in Mkize's pace, you don't expect that one to get to the throat area. That's going to stay on the hip. At highest it will come up is maybe belly button. But easy pickings for Jafta. Oh, there we go. Hat-trick of 4s.
Third in a row, now Mkize has been put under a lot of pressure by Jafta. From that first ball that got the edge, now she's just really looking to find where her areas are, going 2 square of the wicket, and in the ladies' game, bowling square is criminal. That's where they generate so many of their runs and so many of their boundaries. Resulted with that really good looking shot from Gandhi Jafta.
And the 100 has gone up there, 104 for the loss of 3 wickets. And this partnership really building up nicely. Jafta has moved on to 30 of 37 after striking at about 50. She's picked up the pace with that hat-trick of 4s. There's still 3 balls in over left. Oh, looking to continuing to attack Mkize.
She's really piling on the pressure. 12 runs in the over already. This partnership now has grown up to 48 runs. Really doing a good job, and they've faced a total of 58 deliveries for it so far. Definitely what the Titans wanted. Gandhi Jafta looking a little bit more comfortable after scoring those 12 runs. 30 from 37.
and Jafta being the main contributor in that partnership. She scored 30 runs, and Annika Bosch is on 23 from 31. Jafta 30 of 39.
And it just shows, after a lot of perseverance, it takes something so small to get you going. One thick edge gives you fortune, and then all of a sudden, the bowler just gives you those gifts.
And noticeably, every single bowler that has come in for their second spell has not produced the same lengths as they did in their first spell. And it's another single there to end the over, 105 for the loss of 3, and Jafta looking to kick on.
Maybe trying to find something a little bit different from the track as well. It is 30 overs on, and noticeably as well, the ball is just not doing as much as it did from the start of the innings. Ball was whooping around for both Nettleton and for Mkhize and for Meso as well. Now maybe the experiment of the length, looking to see if they can extract something different, maybe utilize the snow nature of the pitch as well, but it's just not working.
I think their big key was the length they were bowling. They were getting it up there. They were trying their hardest to get the batters playing through the line, as it was difficult with the slow nature of the deck. And with that, Pendulo, thank you very much. I'm joined. A commentary change. Ken, welcome back.
Thanks very much, Gert, and fascinating stage of the innings as we just see Gandhi Jafta mistiming a drive to cover. So 19 overs left, 105 for 3. That 220, 240, maybe we need to downgrade that a bit to 240, but Annika Bosch, very much the key here, and Gandhi Jafta playing a real bright little cameo here as she collects another single down to long off.
And it's also their 50 partnership between these two, with Jafta being the main contributor of 31, 29 coming from Annika Bosch, 23 coming from Annika Bosch.
Nettleton, and again.
And Nettleton has been doing a fantastic job, just playing around the pace a little bit, keeping it full, keeping it right up there, and that makes it, with the slow nature of the deck, very hard to hit through the line.
A little bit short this time, beautifully timed by Bosch, rocking back, but long on will keep it to just a single. Yeah, Sarah Nettleton, a very promising young spinner for the Lions.
She showed great control as the innings have gone on, and from the get-go, she's not been scared to toss it up. She's been playing with her pace, and she's been the one that really has been difficult to pick up through the air. Jafta just tying those laces a little bit. 32 of 42, and Annika Bosch on 24-33, 107 for the loss of 3 wickets, and those 3 wickets with 7 in hand will be the happy part for the Titans.
Absolutely. They're going to have to try and make hay now, the last 19 overs. It's still a long time to bat. And what's really impressed me about Gandhi Jafta's innings is her willingness to try things. She's come in and just had a sense of urgency and has backed herself. I mean, not every shot has come off, but she's still there, and she's provided some much-needed spark to this innings.
And not every shot has been pretty either. That one has been much better, and since that hat-trick of fours, all of a sudden the feet just started moving better. The hands just went at the ball. You can actually see her just that impetus into the innings now. And Nettleton finishing the over, 0 for 12 in 6.
Very, very tidy indeed. And this Titans pair will be wanting to try and break her stranglehold from the south end. So 108 for 3 after 32 overs. It's been hard going for the Titans after they were sent into bat. How well the Lions have bowled, much credit to them.
Mkhize continuing And interesting to see how she comes back at Jafta. First 3 balls of the previous over went for that hat-trick of boundaries. Picked up the 2 wickets, 2 for 34. Fantastic bowling at just that 1 over. And that 1 over also just kick-started Jafta's innings a little bit. So interesting to see if she's going to stay positive against McKee's.
She certainly is. That's nicely hit out to the deep cover fielder. Just a single.
Lions must just be wary not to go too defensive now. It's not like they're running away with it. Don't give Jafta the easy singles. Don't have her kick on. This is the area where she's been struggling a little bit to kick on to big scores. She's been scoring the 30s and the 20s and the 30s and the 40s. But kicking on from here will be important from the Titans' perspective.
Yeah, what the Lions would do for a wicket just to break this partnership of over 50. And that's nicely played by Bosch again, just picking up the 1 too long off.
What you don't want as a Lions player is giving them 6 or 5 or 6 every over now, easy singles. Because just playing straight down the line with the fielders as wide as they are and up for Annika Bosch, that'll make it easy.
Well, they've brought long off up for Gandhi Jafta, and Madonna's in place as well. Nicely bowled by Keys.
And if you have to revise that 240 that we mentioned earlier, would 200 be a winning total on the deck?
You never know if the Titans get early wickets. If they can exert some pressure of their own early doors. Swing and a miss. Bit of width there from Kize. Jafta upset with herself for missing out.
She was almost practicing that inside out. Almost a little bit of goal shot, trying to fade it away from around the fielder.
So run a ball gets the Titans more than 200 from here. But one really feels their chances of getting that or more depends on this partnership. If this partnership can go big, then they can certainly lift the scoring rate.
Or at least if they can just bat deeper into the innings, get to that 40th over, and then maybe have an onslaught from there. Wickets in hand, anything can happen.
Yeah, and the Titans do bat deep. We've got Masabata Klaus coming in at number 8. That's nicely struck, but it's not going to beat Filion Low on the deep cover boundary, just a single. To end the 33rd over, 111 for 3. Jafta has 35 and Bosch on 25.
And 3 runs coming from that over. And that's what the Lions want to bowl, is that fuller line, that fuller length. It's just looked much harder to score from. You can't really hit through the line, the ball's not coming on that well. So it's just been a little bit harder to score off than the shorter, squarer ball. That's just set up.
Yeah, it's a very docile pitch, so a bit slow. Stroke play, hitting on the up, not really possible on this pitch. So as you say, getting it up there is the way to go for the Lions bowlers. Sarah Nettleton will continue to bowl her 7th over. Very, very tidy performance so far. Just 12 runs conceded.
And
That is not going to beat the cover fielder Samantha Skudder getting across quickly.
Bit of a fright there for Jafta, almost not getting it back into the crease. Didn't expect her to throw to the keeper's end. But is that fuller one again? It's just difficult to time.
Oh, out comes the reverse sweep. It's missed. And Sinalo Jafta clutches the ball. Very tidy behind the stumps today as well, Sinalo Jafta. She's stood up for the majority of the innings.
Oh, fantastic fielding, and she's been brilliant off her own bowling as well. Nettleton has been a good fielder overall today, but off her bowling, that 5 meter radius around her has been almost impenetrable.
So important for a spin bowler to field well off their own bowling. Full toss this time, not really connected by Jafta. And again, just a single, just on that reverse sweep. There's no fine leg. I know there's no third man, but the conventional sweep could also have been an option there. Probably a slightly safer shot to play. There is a short fine leg in place now for Annika Bosch. Nettleton in again. Pulls the length back a bit. There's a sweep well in front of square to low at cow corner, just a single.
And that reverse sweep just against the spin, although there's not been great turn, there is that little bit of movement. And they've also gone for the fuller one, the reverse sweep, instead of just playing the length. Try and manipulate anything else. And as you said, that conventional sweep, as we saw down that hill as well, the ball goes to the boundary a lot quicker than it comes towards us. So something to think about going forward.
Yeah, end of the 34th over, 113 for 3. As I think we're going to have another drinks break. Just differing schools of thought on this sweep shot, Cat. I can remember in the old days they always used to say never sweep against the turn. But then the thinking changed a bit. The thinking, and Bob Woolmer I think was at the forefront of it, that in a way it was easier to control the sweep shot if you played it against the turn, because the ball was continually turning into the bat, if you like. I don't know how you feel about those two contrasting philosophies.
I've always preferred sweeping on length, not necessarily the line. If you're going to go fuller, sweeping a fuller ball. The one thing that I've noticed that is a contrast from how we swept back in the day to now is batters are more inclined to actually come and fetch the ball. They don't wait to sweep. That's why they sweep basically in front and behind of square better. They go and fetch the ball, manipulate the ball, and also not rolling the wrist as much. They're actually sweeping down onto the ball from high. So at the moment, the way cricket has evolved, the reverse sweep has almost become a normal shot. Over the last 5 years, it's almost strange not to see a reverse sweep being played in a 50 over game or a white ball cricket. We actually ask why not after an innings. So it is something that is strange. Even the little cheeky scoop has come in to play a bit more, but conventional cricket shots will still take the game forward. We saw with Searle, she struggled in the beginning. There could have been a little bit of more impetus, try go over the top a little for 1 or 2, just put the pressure back on Skitter. But other than that, going back to the sweep shot, conventional cricket, when it comes to spinners, I think if you look a couple of years ago, guys like Shane Warne, Muralitaran, they had a stranglehold on teams, and they had to find ways to counter these brilliant spin bowlers. Pakistan also had a couple of brilliant spinners. Mushtaq Klein was good. So there was a bunch of spinners that kind of kept them in a bubble, and they had to find ways to counter these spinners, and that's where these different shots that we see today actually started.
Yeah, the battle between bat and ball continually evolving, and as you say, length always such an important thing when it comes to sweeping, and there are 3 or 4 different sweep shots that players use these days. So in the drinks break here at the moment, and just a reminder that this broadcast with live commentary is brought to you courtesy of the Fidelity Titans and Pitch Vision. We say thank you very much to them for making this live commentary possible. And just remember, if you're a DP World Lions fan as well, that all the DP World Lions home games also live commentary available for that on the CSA YouTube channel that you're probably currently watching and that's courtesy of Lions Cricket and DP World as well. So we're about to get back underway as we go into the final little segment of this Titans innings, having been sent into bat. It's been quite a grind for them against excellent Lions bowling, but we have a partnership developing. 113 for 3 after 34 overs. Annika Bosch is on 26 of 35 balls, and Gandhi Jafta on 36 of 54 deliveries. They've got a very handy partnership going, and they'll be looking, as you said, Kat, to take that partnership deep, certainly into the last 10, 7, 8 overs, and then they can really cut loose. It's going to be Komoto Rapua who's going to now bowl from the north end, the captain and spinner of the Lions, and Annika Bosch on strike. Down the wicket, beautifully struck, and she's found the gap as well. A couple of skips off the turf and over the boundary it goes.
This is the one bowler they really targeted after the 1 or 2 that she played. Lovely foot movement in the beginning, and now again, immediately after drinks, making sure that the pressure goes back onto Rapo.
Must have been a good drinks break for Annika Bosch, first ball after the break, and Komoto Rapu, she's switched ends. You just get the feeling maybe not quite as settled as she would like to be, but excellent start to the over, putting the bowler under pressure right from the start. And the full toss comes, there's protection at long off, so that'll just be a single.
And that is the one thing we've noticed, that as soon as the bowlers change ends, the rhythm hasn't been there, the consistency hasn't been there. So I've always been fascinated why captains want to do that, especially to bowlers. I know you want to upset the batters, you want to give them something else to think about, but once, especially the fast bowlers, once you've got someone whose rhythm is there, who's running in lights like Smeso and Skitter was doing.
That's beautifully bowled by Orapu. A lovely flight, bit of bounce as well. Yeah, agreed, Kat. Yeah, there's not too much wind to speak about, so that's not really a factor, and it certainly wouldn't have changed sides either. The reverse sweep, not a lot of contact, but enough to get the single.
And it's just a little bit of uphill, downhill run that you have. Maybe the one end has got a little bit of a bump where you want to set off and that sort of stuff. It does upset your rhythm a tad. Rapo just fighting that up onto Annika Bosch. Again, another single. And that's why you want the rhythm going. You want the bowlers to feel as comfortable as they possibly can. That's when they execute the plans. And we've seen this a few times from the Lions.
Oh, it's a bit short from Rapu and is given the treatment, but not timed quite well enough. Skitter will cut it off on the boundary, and again, just a single. And that ends the 35th over, 120 for 121. I beg your pardon, for 3 now. Jafta on 38 and Bosch on 32.
And the Lions have had a few games where they had a stranglehold in the beginning, and then in the middle kind of let it slip a little bit. And that would be something for the coaching staff maybe just to address. Just keep, once you've got that foot on the throat, don't let them breathe. Keep squeezing, like they saw a Searle, those angles being cut off, getting the angles smaller, getting into a face a little bit more. This time around, as soon as Lees came in, they kind of let the field out a bit. There was no pressure from the beginning, so we saw the same with Annika Bosch. And now you got 2 batters here that is settled. We saw the one edge getting Jafta actually started in the 1 over from Mkize.
So Samantha Skitter is back from the end in which she originally took the new ball, the south end.
Hopefully that 1 over that she bowled from the north end is not going to upset her rhythm too much. Hopefully she can find her rhythm this side again. She bowled brilliantly in that first 6.
Into Jafta. Again, gets it right up there. Well pitched up and fields off her own bowling.
And Skitter has gone for 15 runs of her 7 overs. Oh, fantastic bowling. Two and
Yeah.
over.
She's been superb, really good control. Can hardly remember a short delivery from her. Oh, and there again. Getting it up there. And Jafta trying to create something.
And just those first two balls, the length that she's been hitting and the line that she bowled now was exactly the first six. When she bowled from the other end, that was when she bowled one or two short that was actually cut away for four.
And that's snapped away through the covers. There's protection, just a single. Yeah, again, it speaks to why change ends for her. You know, she was going well, very well, from the south end.
It is extremely hot. The sun is beating down and there's a lot of moisture on the ground as well, so it almost feels like you're burning from both ends. A little bit indecision in the field there for Annika Bosch. Murder on wanting to come up, sent back, wanting to come up again, and kept on the fence. Going Niceville, finding the outside edge, bringing that gully almost into play.
Yeah, that was an edgy drive from Annika Bosch.
That was the first one she kind of almost only pushed it. She didn't play that with the conviction that she's played all her other shots. Scutter bowling well. Busy with her eighth.
And that's a better shot from Bosch through that gap in the covers. She gets a single. Annika Bosch, who has played 9 ODIs, 15 T20s, and a test match for South Africa. And been around for a while. She's 30 years old now, but one feels that with a bit of a changing of the guard at national level, her time might be coming. It's a lovely firm drive by Jafta. Thought it was a single, but Bosch is not interested. Never really a run on there. And that's the end of the 36th over, 124 for 3.
Jafta is there on 40 of 61. Annika Bosch 33 of 40. Partnership moving on quite nicely.
Kat, when do you feel the time is right for flooring the accelerator for the Titans? At the moment they have wickets in hand, 14 overs left.
That is always one of those questions that's 6 of the one and a half dozen of the other. I think if these two can just do what they're doing now up until about the 42nd over, maybe go for that last 8. They still got the batting power play in the bank as well. Make sure you got wickets in hand and make sure that you've got set batters at the crease when you take that. The worst thing that could happen to the Titans,
as Miso is back into the attack, nicely turned off the legs, but straight to mid-wicket, no run.
the worst thing that can happen to the Titans is losing a wicket or two in that power play and having 2 new batters coming to the crease and not exploiting that, because they're going to need that to kick on. They're going to need 1 or 2 big overs there, 2 overs of a 13, 14, maybe in a 15 run.
Sweet timing, but again, picking out mid-wicket, there's a fumble, but no run conceded. Miso's into her 8th over now, and so almost inevitably the Lions are going to have to bowl a bit of spin in the closing stages of this game. Mid-wicket again, and this
Chance
time
of a
they
run
lose.
out.
Camper, a quick
Oh!
single! That would have been out if there'd been a direct hit there.
I think Annika Bosch knows it. You can see her just stretching her legs a little bit as she stood up there. That was to keep the scoreboard ticking from the Titans' perspective, but the last thing they want now is a run out.
Sarah Nettleton did everything right there. It was a good gather, clean. Her throw just missed the stumps. You could sense Bosch, having picked her out 2 times previously, it was like, I don't care, I'm going to now take a run, but it was nearly very, very costly. The Titans could ill afford giving away wickets like that. That's 3 square leg, it'll be at least one, and just one as two fielders converge.
Nettleton doing a great job there, covering a big space of ground to keep that one down to the one.
Yeah, she's also got a few overs in hand. She's bowled really well today. But with the Lions using their new ball bowlers for an extended period up front, and also bringing them back in the middle overs, it means to make up the 50 they are going to have to use their spinners a bit towards the end.
I think they'll probably give Rapport another over or so, see if she can't eke out a wicket, although she's been very expensive.
One bowler who we haven't seen so far, who can bowl and maybe fill in a few overs, is Madison Lunsman, who's had a really impressive start to her Lions one-day career, as that ends the 37th over, 125 for 3. Miso continuing to impress, 8 overs for just 18 runs now.
And it looks like Skitter is going to continue from the south end. Miso going for only 18 runs off her 8 overs. Skitter has been going at 2 and over. Between the two of them, their 16 overs have gone for just over the 30 runs, 35 runs. Fantastic bowling.
Through the vacant cover to the sweeper, just a single. I'm a little surprised Skitter is bowling a 9th over. She's normally an important death bowler for the Lions.
And you can see that power play just being taken by the Titans. Only the 3 players allowed out the circle. That could be why Meso and Skitter is bowling now, just to make sure that the damage in the power play is kept down to a minimum. Second over the power play, they've got a 2 mid on and mid off out, and also the sweeper out on the boundary.
Hit firmly to fairly close wide mid on, no run. Yeah, to be fair, the Lions haven't really had more than 3 boundary riders for most of the innings, so it's not going to be too much of a change for them. Their tactic very much seems to be to keep quite a strong inner ring of fielders. That's a bit short, and Bosch has missed out there on at least a single through that big gap in the covers.
See just a disappointment there by Bosch, knowing that she missed out there. And in the power play overs, this is what they need to kick on. The bad ball needs to go. Bad ball needs to go to the fence.
That's sweetly timed down to long on. No run. Samantha Skitter, I think she is what you would call lithe, and a very nice action, all very straight lines. She's got immaculate control, and a movement on the ball.
Yeah, a very uncomplicated action. And she does get the new ball to swing in very, very late. I think as her career goes on, she'll be a great exponent of maybe a bit of reverse swing.
It's just short of Gully diving forward there. Was Rilla Bochisle in Keys. Dropped just short of her. It was a fine effort by the fielder, diving forward.
Good effort in the end. Just feel she was stuck on the heels a little bit.
She's come in a couple of yards now, as you do when that sort of thing happens. Gandhi Jafta's not ready. I think she's querying something about the field. But,
I think it might be the keeper just continuing the conversation a tad longer than she was allowed to.
Sinala Jafta, she's a chatty sort. That's nicely played by Jafta between the two fielders, and a well-judged single in the end.
Great bowling by the Lions so far in this power play. They've given basically what their run rate is. They haven't given them the opportunity to up the run rate at all, going at 3s and 4s. Instead of going at that, like I said earlier, you need that 1 or 2 big overs. You need that 1 or 2 to go for that 13, 14, 15 runs. You need 2 of them at least just to kick on and get closer to that 200, because the run rate where they are now, it's going to make it around about, if my math doesn't let me down, you're looking at about a 180, 175, 180 if they continue on this run rate, and adding a few runs in the end, going for a couple as well. So this is the danger part for the Titans, and the good news for the Lions is they're keeping them quiet in this power play.
Yeah, 38 overs gone, 128 for 3. We've spoken about what the Titans will want to do, which is above 200. What do you feel the Lions will be happy chasing?
If this day started and you said you'll be chasing under 200, they'll be more than happy. With the lineup they have as well, also batting quite deep.
And Keys continues to Jafta. Nicely worked through mid-wicket. She's beaten the fielder in the ring, but it'll just be a single to the sweeper on the leg side.
Nettleton doing great work there, covering a big part of this field as well. And it's not a small outfield. It's quite a big field. So defending on it's going to be very difficult, especially if you've can get an opening pair that can rotate a lot, 1s and 2s, which was missing in that first 10 overs from the Titans. So if they can get a decent start, I don't think there's going to be too much pressure on the Lions unless they lose wickets.
Oh, that was nicely bowled by him, Keys, just hanging it just outside the off stump there. Bosch playing and missing.
Bosch just seeing that big gap over mid on, just trying to force the ball there, and there was just a little bit of movement back into her, and also kept it tad low. Mkhize not great pace, so getting the ball just to skip through a little bit.
Oh, that's a good hit by Bosch, nice and straight as well. 1 bounce ball. Beautiful stroke by Annika Bosch.
Mkhize just going a bit full on that one into the arc, and as always into the arc, out the park. 1 bounce for, and that's a shot she was looked for. That previous one that just kept a little bit low, just came in a little bit more, and no movement there whatsoever. And Annika Bosch just hitting through the line. It's the first one that we've seen really convincing through the line with no foot movement or just opening up that front leg.
Drags her length back with him, Keys, and nicely worked by Bosch to square leg for a single. Yeah, the excellence of the shot also, because there is a long on in place, that she got it nice and straight. There was no chance of her holding out on the boundary. Gandhi Jafta back on strike now, the last year's Tuks Women's Cricketer of the Year, and the way she's batted today certainly looks a bright talent. And she's pulled that over square leg, and again it'll just be a single though, as Nettleton does the fielding. Gandhi Jafta, I say a bright talent, she's 33 years old though, but it's never too late to reach your potential.
Only as young as you feel, Ken, only as young as you feel.
Jafta's gone to 44 now off 67 deliveries, and has really provided some impetus for this innings. Steered by Bosch, but she won't get it past cover point.
But players like Jafta has paved the way for younger players to play. As we know, the women's game has only evolved over the last couple of years, where it really has expanded and exploded over the world as it does. So players like Jafta has actually set the tone for the younger players coming through the ranks to actually use the opportunities that they've paved the way for.
Yeah, it's a pity that professionalisation of the women's game hasn't come earlier for a player like Gandhi Jafta, who looks very, very capable out there against a strong Lions bowling attack. And it looks like one of their better bowlers of the day, Sarah Nettleton, the spinner. She's going to come on to bowl again from the south end.
And just leaving Skitter with 1 over. She's gone for 0 for 20. And leaving 1 over for the back end. This could be good news for the Titans. Only 1 over to contend with when it comes to Skitter, who's been bowling brilliantly.
Oh, big sweep attempted there by Jafta, bottom edge though, and didn't really go anywhere at all. The other good news is that I can smell lunch is being prepared, or is almost ready, judging by the nice smell of chicken brought to us by the fan, very kindly given to us by the Tshwane University of Technology. And now the reverse sweep missed as well by Jafta. She's played a few of those. She's not scared to try things. But again, there's no fine leg, whereas there are 2 fielders behind the square on the offside. So perhaps conventional would be better. There's a conventional sweep, nicely struck.
Ooh.
1 bounce too low at cow corner, just a single.
And that is that one that she's looking for. And I agree with you, maybe just working around the corner. If it doesn't go for the boundary, that's an easy 2. Making the Lions work in the field a little bit more. The moment, if they strike the ball, they're kind of going at the fielders a little bit.
Yeah, and it also, sweep shots always give the bowler something to think about a little differently as well. That's beautifully struck by Bosch, straight down the ground. But good fielding by Miso, running across from long on, keeps it to just a single.
And Nettleton just continuing her good work. She's gone for 16 in 7.4 overs. Fantastic bowling.
Yeah, she barely concedes anything more than singles, really. She's kept a very tight rein on affairs. Well flighted, and Jafta beaten in the air there.
You could see the disappointment there. Nettleton really thought she snuck through there. Almost playing over that one.
Lovely changes in flight Nettleton has shown today, as well as good control.
And one thing I would, if I was a Titans coach, I would ask them just to look at the lengths that the Lions were bowling. Bowling very, very well.
Yeah, one thing we do know is that short pitch bowling is not going to do the trick today, as we go into the last 10 overs, 137 for 3. The Titans having been sent into bat. Gandhi Jafta on 45 and Annika Bosch on 41. And it's a big welcome back to Pendulo Magubani.
We come back to over number 40, and this partnership has been excellent, Ken. Pushing the numbers now with 81 runs since the 21st over. And Relebohile Mkhize, she's taken the most wickets. In she comes, already posing a threat as she continues with her excellent spell.
Yeah, she's been impressive, you know. She had that shaky first over. She had one other shaky over, but generally she's been very good. Tight control, asked a lot of questions, getting a bit of swing, and the left arm variation. She is a very impressive addition to this Lions attack.
She started all her work well, but she's pushing this one a little bit wider. She has been guilty of that every now and then, but now she has good protection in the deep, so net for Yun low.
Yeah, she's been bowling to strong offside field, so if she is going to err, outside off stump is the place to go. She hasn't been hit through the leg side very much at all.
Even her wickets earlier on, she was getting some good movement into the right-handers. Now hitting harder lengths, but the protection is not good enough. Backward square, just can't stop it. Nonkululeko Tabete. bounces right to her right as it runs down to the square leg boundary.
Well, just as I said, she's hardly been hit through the leg side. There it was, but the problem there was mostly length. It was too short and allowed Jafta to play the pull past Tabete. And that's a good early boundary in the over for Jafta. If they now just get three more singles, then it's an 8-run over.
It's good damage and they start well. Big cheers coming from the fans and the Titans players because that's 50 runs for Gandhi Jafta. What a hard-fought innings. 74 deliveries to bring it up, and it has been magnificent.
Superb. Absolutely wonderful effort by Gandhi Jafta. Her scoring rate way higher than anything else we've seen in this innings, apart perhaps from Proteas star Sune Lus. But she's carried it through as Gandhi Jafta, and she has given the Titans the chance of posting a competitive total here.
Annika Bosch standing firm. She challenges the backward square again. Nonkululeko Tabete doesn't have the legs because the ball just has too much juice. Down to the fine leg boundary again. She's just drifting again, Ken.
Yeah, one wonders if the Titans have now decided now's the time to push that accelerator to the floor. One wonders if the Lions are going to respond with a fielding change. At the moment, no. Tabete is going back to her position next to the square leg umpire, Philip Fosslew. At the moment, the four fielders rather on the boundary, long off, long on. There's a deep mid wicket and a cover sweeper as well.
That is what the field is asking of Relebohile Mkhize. They shy for the stumps quite unnecessarily. The ricochet drives the ball down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Good aim, but well at home.
Yeah, there was no thought of a run there. Not quite sure why Madison Lunsman threw the ball. It's an annoying single conceded by the Lions, and I sense the Titans have decided now's the time to really go. That drive was very much on the up. So it's going to be an interesting last 9 overs. 148 for 3 with that single being given away.
That period after the drinks was so important when they held on, just keeping the pressure, retaining it, and then right at the end when they took that batting power play, able to just relieve themselves a little bit more. We saw the stroke straight over the top. So now with the positive running, here we are, Gandhi Jafta finally starting to break loose in her tournament, getting it going with a half century. Annika Bosch has been excellent. 57 balls for her 47. It's an easy shot going to the deep, but what a fantastic grab from Sunetful Yunlo. Wonderful work in the deep, running across from the deep mid-wicket to the square leg boundary, stopping that and just limiting it to 1 run.
Yeah, definitely one of the best outfielders in the country. So quick across the ground, strong arms, safe hands.
Comes back like a rocket. Sarah Nettleton, the chance is created. Brilliant bowling, taking advantage of that attacking nature, Ken. And the trap works with the short third man taking the catch. It's Palesa Mapo. She finishes the job. And after 149 runs, their 4th wicket falls.
Well, from the angle from where we're commentating from, you can look straight past the batsman, over her shoulders, to the wide open spaces, fine leg, no one behind square on the leg side, 2 fielders behind square on the off side. And so quite why Gandhi Jafta's trying to play the reverse sweep instead of the conventional sweep. You know, it's free runs if she can just paddle it behind square on the leg side. Instead, she's tried the reverse sweep, the harder option, and is caught. But a very fine innings indeed by Gandhi Jafta, 50 off 75 balls. And she's certainly given the Titans a chance here after the Lions, the DP World Lions, really imposing a stranglehold for most of the innings.
She wanted to impose herself even further after getting that 50. Be more free. But that ball was even turning into her. We should have made that conventional sweep just an easier option. Alas, an option not taken, and thus bringing in Amogelang Mapangula. Strong batter. She can hit it hard.
Yeah, she played a good finishing innings against the Lions at the Wanderers in the earlier round of matches. And Titans still, of course, have Annika Bosch there, who is being the mainstay of this innings. 48 now, 58 deliveries. And she would dearly love to bat through to the end. And just important that these other Titans batters who are very capable, Mapangula, we've got Simone Loren still to come, Masabada Class. So these last few overs, I think we can expect quite the onslaught from the Titans.
The good work being put in by Annika Bosch and Gandhi Jafta, giving them that bag of wickets right at the end of their innings. We're now 9 overs left. They still have 6 in the bag and 6 strong batters amongst them as well. But here's Amogelang Mapangula, starting with a hard slash.
A well-deserved first wicket for Sarah Nettleton. She's bowled really well midway through her 9th over and just conceded 17 runs.
Over pitches this one. Mogelang, you think to start wild here, Mapangula. Maybe it might be a good idea to just get her work into her stride firstly. There is a lot of space to work with as well. Just like that. Good idea, just pushing it to Samantha Skitter, who's sweeping at the cover boundary. Single, she brings Bosch onto strike.
Yeah, exactly right, Pendula. She tried to overhit that low full toss, where it's just a nicely controlled push through the covers. Could have got her at least a couple of runs, if not 4, if she timed it sweetly.
Annika Bosch can continue with her onslaughts though. Long on fielder. So picks it up nice and easy. Nice rotation of strike. Just lost a wicket. It's okay to recover as they end over number 42 runs, which also brings up their 150.
And Bosch will keep the strike as well, which will be good for the Titans. Sarah Nettleton just getting congratulations from her colleagues, and she has bowled extremely well. 1 for 19 with just 1 over left in her 10-over ration.
It's like you had said, Ken, she deserved that wicket. She put in a monster spell. Khomoto Rapo just not getting her areas working as she normally does. She's a brilliant bowler, is Rapo. Now, Nettleton doing the job, showing that spin is working. And here again, trusting their spin bowlers to do the job one more time. Like you were calling for it earlier on, Madison Landsman.
Well, I thought she might fill in a couple of overs because Khomoto Rapo is not having the best of days.
She has a tough task on her hands though, bowling to a 49-run, 59-ball Annika Bosch. She dances down the track to start it off. Does she split the fielders in the deep? No, she doesn't. But in her return for 2 runs, she brings up a phenomenally played half-century. 51 runs from just 60 balls, Annika Bosch.
Yeah, she stuck around really well for the Titans. Her and Sune Lus, probably the key batters. And Bosch has made sure that she's made it count. And she's now well placed. Very good scoring rate. She can really cut loose now in these closing overs.
And she really does. She top edges. There's a chance. Ooh, very difficult chance as Nongulego Tabeta was running for the ball in front of her. She was going behind her. She had to reach in front, but she just couldn't make the connection.
It was always going to be a very tough catch for her to take. I wonder if Nettleton running in from the boundary shouldn't have been the one to catch that instead.
The hunger from Bosch almost leading to her demise. Mapungula still hungry for her chance to really get that true connection on the bat, but wide signaled. And she finally does. Straight to mid-on, or long on rather. Just dropping it a little bit short there, Madison Landsman.
Yeah, and she bowls very slowly. She's slow through the air, so there's plenty of time for the batters to pick their spot if it's short.
As they do, bouncing down again, calling Palace on my ball, standing on long on again. Surprisingly strong arm from the deep for a wicketkeeper. Appeal, but not good enough. Umpire Hendricks doesn't respond. It's nearing closer and closer. Mapungula really wanting a feel for that ball. Landsman preventing that from happening, pushing her back into a crease to end over number 43. It's 157 for the loss of 4.
So 6 runs off the first over for Madison Landsman. I think the Lions will be reasonably satisfied with that at this stage of the innings, not conceding any boundaries.
That's the most important thing for them. Making sure that at this point in time, if they're not getting those wickets, they are preventing the scoring. And what we've seen throughout their innings, Ken, is that when it comes to defensive bowling and defensive fielding, they are right up there, are the Lions. They can really pull a number.
Yeah, they are so good at squeezing the opposition. It's a very disciplined attack generally. They've all got good control, backed by pretty good ground fielding.
What also comes to their advantage, something they'll be thinking about now. It's a very good start from Sarah Nettleton as well as she continues. Good death bowling too.
Superb, right into that block hole. The set Annika Bosch couldn't do anything with that one.
She comes down the track, she takes them on. Lehlogonolo Meso and Sunet Viljoen low at the deep, could not do anything. Perfectly dissects a deep mid wicket and long on for a boundary.
That's a superb stroke by Annika Bosch. She's timed the ball sweetly all day today, but she also picked her gap beautifully there between the two leg side fielders.
She's choosing to really take on both the spin bowlers, all 3 of them actually. This time, Nettleton, she is the victim of her footwork. Oh, fantastic reply. She responds. Mapungula's halfway down the pitch. Barber gets it in, but Mapungula's already home.
Bosch nearly ran past that one. but over exuberant use of the foot of the feet, and now Sanala Jafta is tying his shoelaces. Not together, we hope.
Game of sportsmanship. It's been at the tip of the tongue recently. Keeping the integrity of the game. It's a ladies' and gentlemen's game after all. But it's a good response from Sarah Nettleton, just seeing the movement from the batter, changing her lens very quickly. Again, not allowing Bosch now to have that freedom anymore.
Yeah, well bowled again. Nettleton really has shown great control today.
She stands her ground this time, allowing the ball to bounce and come to her. The length working to her favour. This is the battle between bat and ball. And right now, the bat is on top with another 4 that goes to deep square leg.
Very well executed sweep shot by Annika Bosch. As you said, this time staying in her crease. And perhaps Nettleton expected her to come down again. Good batting.
Now goes to the offside. looking to split the mid-off and the deep cover fielder, but Skitter is there in the deep, and that's how we end. Very exciting. Over number 44. It goes for 166 runs. At the end of it, 166 for 4.
Yeah, and Sarah Nettleton has ended with 1 for 28 in her 10 overs. 9 of those runs coming in the last over. So she's bowled really well for the Lions through these middle overs and into the death a bit.
It was a tough battle between her and Annika Bosch. She did her best, but at the end of the day, it was Bosch who came out on top because it's not like she was bowling badly. It was a true chess game over just 6 balls.
Yeah, that's what Bosch has done so well. She's taking it deep. She's 62 not out off 68 balls now, with 6 overs remaining. She's had other batters bat around her, but it looks like she's ensuring that she's going to be at the end.
Here's Madison Landsman now. Easy footwork from Annika Bosch, just pushing that on her back foot down to the sweeper.
And interesting that Landsman no longer has protection on the leg side boundary. So she's going to have... Oh, she does have a deep mid-wicket.
And she's called into action now as that deep wicket fielder. But Mapungula was able to almost split them in half as Nonkululeko Tabete runs from the long on boundary, stopping that before it trickles over the fence. Just 2 runs.
Good bit of fielding there by Tabete. But yeah, generally Landsman's going to want to try and make them hit through the offside.
Something like that, Ken, but not at that length. Luckily enough, there is protection in the form of Sunetful Yun Lo, the arm you don't want to take on, as they did early on, which caused that run out.
Yeah, that was too short, and fortunately, again though, it's to a very long boundary on the offside from this end. So even though it was too short, she gets away with just conceding a single.
Gets Bosch back into strike. She really goes down for it. It calls Nonkululeko Tabete into order, but she's just lets the ball bounce because she was never going to get there in time. A little bit too deep there at the long on boundary.
Lions will be happy. It's just a 1.
Nearing the end of the over. Very good over so far. Now getting reward. That dot ball. Mapungula thought it was there. Just wasn't, as she varies the trajectory of her deliveries. Nice and loopy one this time. She gets good connection, does Mapungula, but straight again to the sweeper in the deep, and it ends a fine over from Madison Landsman for right at the end, which ends the 45th. The score is 172 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, apart from the couple of runs taken off the second ball of the over, it was just singles all the way and a dot ball. So, again, a good job by Landsman here at the death. She's bowled 2 overs for 12 runs.
She's been put in right at the end. Very difficult task that she's been given because Annika Bosch seems to have her eye in now. She's been there for 70 deliveries. She's been playing well on 64 runs. She is finding and reading the ball very well right from the time it leaves the ball, or rather leaves the hand of the bowler rather.
I think we're in for a bit of a surprise here. Sunetful Yun Lo, it looks as if she's going to join the attack. A right arm medium pacer. She probably used to bowl a bit more in her younger days.
She hasn't.
A useful option to have.
She actually hasn't been used this entire tournament. Here she comes now. I saw her operate in the Josie Cup early on this season during the winter. She starts with a bang of a delivery. A golden change here for the goal for the Lions. As bright as the colors of their shirts. If these were Zinger bales, they would be bright as well. Clunks the stumps and gone is Mapungula What an inspired change from the Lions, and she will be happy.
Yeah, the Lions, Captain Khamolta Rapua, not scared to try things. And there it came off beautifully. You get the sense Sunette Viljoen-Louw could hardly believe her eyes. Her first ball of the season, perfectly pitched, back of a length, bang straight. And Mochalang Mapangula swung, and she missed.
She plays all around it. A phenomenal start for Sunette Viljoen-Louw. Called in right at the end of the innings. She starts one, just an off-cutter there, Ken. Bounces right on that perfect length and nips the top of off stump. What a golden start.
Hit the top of off stump. Perfect delivery. And one feels that Sunette Viljoen-Louw, being so strong in the upper body, an Olympic javelist, she's going to be able to hit the deck quite hard and probably extract a bit more bounce from lengths where other bowlers would probably be hit off. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes on this slowish pitch in these closing overs.
She's causing a little bit of troubles as she comes in here. She's hitting those lengths very hard, and she has Simone Lawrence to face now.
Lawrence, of course, scored a century against the Lions in the return fixture in Johannesburg, but that was batting right up at the top of the order. Interesting to see now she's been pushed down to number 7, and she's only got a little less than 5 overs in which to build an innings.
It's a completely different proposition as she gets off strike with the rather authoritative shot straight to long on. Meso does the job and cleans up at the deep.
Very nice shot, beautifully timed. Viljoen-Louw going a bit fuller that time.
Showing good control, this Viljoen-Louw. She's not charging in as hard. When I saw her at the Deodora Josie, she was running in like a thunderbolt, looking to bowl it as fast as she could. That's just losing a little bit of control and bowling a lot of wides down the leg side. But right now what I'm seeing is a lot more control in her run-up, a lot more smoother through her action as well. You can see with the control that she's getting in, and with the plan working, the short square leg is there. You can see with the excitement and joy in her work, she makes the demise of Simone Lawrence come to life. And it is a second wicket in her over. What magnificent bowling.
Yeah, hitting the deck hard again, getting a bit of bounce, and Lawrence trying to play it away on the leg side, but with that extra bounce, she just couldn't control the shot well enough. And an inspired field placing just behind square leg. And it'd be interesting though, was Sunette Viljoen-Louw always going to bowl in this innings? Was this something they discussed before the toss this morning, or has it been a case of the Lions looking at conditions and going, this pitch is a bit too paced, it's a bit slow, the ball keeps low every now and then, maybe Sunette will be perfect here at the back end?
It's just been a period of cricket where different creative ideas have been outputted here. Yesterday, Trevor's Head doing wonders for Australia. Here they come, maybe Komotorapo, seeing that I'm out of Samantha Sketter because she used her up earlier, and you had talked about it, Ken. She normally bowls at the death. What's going to happen? Maybe it was a ploy to get Sunette Viljoen coming in, the plan working like a charm, because that was clearly something that they planned out and drew on.
Yeah, we were surprised to see Viljoen-Louw bowling, but it's worked a charm. 2 wickets in her first over, as Masamada Class, the Protea, is the new batter.
Annika Bosch seeing the walls of the Titans crumble bit by bit as she stands on the other side. She finally comes on strike, but just as a phantom guest to the end as the over comes to an end. A very great one from Sunette Viljoen-Louw, as it's now 6 down for 174.
2 for 2, Sunette Viljoen-Louw's figures, and that really does change the outlook now for the Titans. 174 with just 4 overs left. So even to get to 200, they're going to have to go to a fraction over run a ball. But Annika Bosch still there.
That's their hope. But we had talked earlier on about Masawata Klaas and her batting earlier on in the tournament. How well she played and controlled the innings. Here they start. Small, gentle push.
So our apologies that Simone Lawrence is not out. She's still at the crease. It was Annika Bosch who was dismissed. And that might now be a stumping. No, umpire Philip Crossley denies Sinalo Jafta. Masawala Klaas down the wicket and swinging rather wildly. Looked like the bat might have been still up in the air when Jafta poked the stumps, but umpire Fosley says no. He's a lot closer to the action and more square on than we are. Experienced umpire Philip Fosley.
Quick reactions there from Sinalo Jafta as well. Klaas just getting a small wake-up call as she enters the crease. Just being pushed back now by Madison Landsman, who's doing a good job right at the deep, right at the end.
Yeah, the two part-time bowlers, almost if you like, doing a great job for the Lions here at the death.
It's what they normally tend to do, just break those shackles. It's a risk, it's a catch, it's a double-edged sword. You can really go, or they can really go. Landsman going just with a little bit of air this time, but the protection is still there for the Lions. They're really taking over this innings right at its end.
Yeah, just a few late wickets here, re-establishing the Lions' foothold in the game. Jafta and Bosch were just loosening it. We thought the Titans might get over 200.
But they might with good shots like that. But Sarah Nettleton denies that chance at the deep mid-wicket. Now it's two fresher batters who need to do this job for the Titans. It's going to be a lot more tougher than it was early on with the outlook. With 200, it's just here. Now it's just over there as 47 comes to a finish. It's 175 for 6.
So now to get to 200 from the last 3 overs, the Titans need 8 and over, which they haven't really managed to get to with any regularity at all in the settings. So it looks like the Lions are going to restrict them to less than 200. And having won the toss and elected to bowl first, I think the visitors will be delighted with that.
And with what we're seeing, the pitch becoming truer and truer, seemingly easier to bat on. If you put in the hard work right at the beginning of your innings, you get the value of your shots eventually. But it's good bowling from the Lions and still exhibited by even their part-timers like you had said.
Looks like there was a lot of late movement, prodigious movement back into the right-hander there from Filion Lowe. She's really proving a handful with the 7 deliveries she's bowled so far.
Bowls it, just over pitches it, searching for that Yorker as she changes up her length, trying to showcase her skills, but it goes to deep mid wicket. Sarah Nettleton, just one. She is indeed a surprise package here, Sunette Filion Lowe. Normally does it with the bat ever so excellently with so much power. Dropping it shorter now. Just quick, rushing the batters. They dig for about a single. Still that attacking option, which is nice. That short third man is there. That short fine leg that got the catch. But now they make use of the long on in Meso. As they exchange another single. It's very good tidy bowling here from Viljoen.
So again, the only real gaps for the Titans batters that they can try and exploit is in front of square on the leg side, and there's no one behind square on the offside on the boundary.
Oh, she puts it down. It was a sharp one. Couldn't even get the second chance as it went down to the ground.
Oh, she had two bites there. She nearly had it the first time, and then the second time it bounced out tantalizingly within her grasp, and she just couldn't get it on the rebound either.
Simone Lawrence living on a second life now. Oh, the pressure is excellent from Sunette Viljoen, but she will feel very aggrieved by her missing her chance of making it wicket number 3. Thus, it brings the end of over number 48, 179 for the loss of 6.
And Viljoen has conceded just 5 runs in her 2 overs, 2 wickets as well. She's doing a fantastic job here as well. Titans' hopes of 200 have surely now gone on 178 for 6 with just 2 overs remaining.
These 2 overs remaining, one of them belonging to Madison Landsman, who's been doing a decent job so far for Homotorapo and the Pride of Jozi. The Lions now really pulling the shackles on the Titans, who did such an excellent job right in the middle periods of their innings. The platform is still there. It's still 4 wickets in hand. The chance for them to go is still open.
Yeah, it's just the bowling is so tight and the fielding so restrictive that it's very difficult for them to break loose.
As you talk about it now, they're trying to break loose. The bowling has been tight, and they make it even tighter now to the Lions. Top edge, Simone Lawrence dropped the previous over, can't capitalize, can't get a third life, and it into the hands of Sinalo Jafta. That's the end. She's gone for 3. It's 178 for 7 now.
Yeah, trying to target behind square on the leg side, no one on the boundary at fine leg, but top edged it straight up, and the Lions are really bossing these death overs.
Dropping it just a touch shorter this time was Landsman, inviting that very shot. It's a gamble, it's a risk. This is what cricket is about. This is what bowling is about. If you do not get it right, I will get you out. But dare you get it right, I will feel it. But she has the last laugh, does Madison Landsman, and she brings in the new batter. Tiani van der Heuvel comes in for the Fidelity Titans.
And just possibly another factor for the Lions chase is quite a lot of cloud build-up to the southeast of us, so maybe afternoon storms could come into play.
Another one that is just popping up into that lakeside area, which is proving to be where the cash money is for Madison Landsman.
Yeah, she's got protection at deep mid-wicket, so in order to get runs, the Titans need to get it behind square.
She's not allowing that as it's pedalled in front of her. Goes past the short extra cover. It's just collected at the long off though.
Yeah, she's bowled well to her field, Madison Landsman. The captain will like it. She can set a field, and Landsman is bowling to it.
As she continues doing so, the sweeper has been very active. Just those ones like very close to gold dust, because dots are gold dust. Then your wickets are a whole solid gold bar. But a great job so far. Down the track, Masabata class. She takes on the fielders in the deep, but Nkululeko Tabete is just too straight. But there's a chance for a run out now. The chance for a run out goes a begging. Good running from Van der Heuvel as she makes it back.
Good work by Tabete there. There's an awkward bounce on the boundary, Could have easily scooted past her. She was running full tilt, but she put her body on the line a bit there. And then a good throw, not too far away from a run out.
Good awareness as well from the runners. Van der Heuvel ended up getting home rather safely to end the over. It's 184 for the loss of 7 wickets. That over from Madison Landsman. Critical. Bringing the wickets of Simone Lawrence. Nearly bringing the one for Tiane van der Heuvel. Just the ball after.
And Leshohonolo Miso will bowl the final over. She set the tone up front in this innings with the maiden over first up, and now she will close out the innings, having enjoyed a very good day with the ball.
Ooh, she starts out very well, and what a stunning take from Jafta.
Yeah, Sonala Jafta also very tidy behind the stumps today. They always say the wicketkeeper sets the tone in the field, and the Proteas star has certainly done that for really a tidy Lions fielding performance today. A couple of return catches dropped, but those are always a bit tricky. But otherwise, it's been very tidy in the field by the visitors.
Something to give praise to Jafta as well there. Just worked down to the sweeper, as you said. Good field placing for the Lions, good work, good angles being put. But what she had been doing well is just that, Jafta. The way she's been shepherding the field, she hasn't stopped talking. The angles has been so acute for the batters. As they work it hard, the shot looks very good, but it counts for just 1.
Very aggressive from Masabada Klaus, and maybe we'll see that same sort of aggression when she has ball in hand. She's going to be a key performer for the Titans as they look to defend what looks like being a pretty moderate score.
And they are keeping it even more modest here, are the Lions, with that fine fielding. So active around the boundary, so active in the midfield as well. The bowling has been out of this world, even right now. And it's just mistimed. Again, the length outstanding. The slow nature of the pitch brings back almost a second call. Good decision not to take that second one.
Yeah, strong arm from the boundary there. From... is that Tabete again? Komotsurapu. Right.
Finalities of the over, just a chance to get a stumping there. Masabata Klaus going down the track, and good adjustment from Leshokonolo Sadiq to complete the innings.
It scooted too low, that delivery. It was a difficult take for Sonala Jafta, but no harm done. It's the last ball of the innings. It's a dot ball, and the Titans are left with 187 for 7.
It's a good innings, fantastic bowling performance from the Lions, fantastic fielding performance as well. Just a couple of sharp dropped chances, but apart from that, I believe they may be happy with their work, restricting the Fidelity Titans to under 4 runs to the over.
Yeah, we said at the start that it wasn't a 250 pitch, and I think we can still say that. But anything less than 200, though, I think the fielding side will be very happy with their efforts. And it's going to be still an interesting run chase. The Titans will need early wickets, no doubt. But at least they've got some sort of total to bowl it.
It was Annika Bosch right in the middle alongside Gandhi Jafta, who really brought the innings back for the momentum multiply for the Fidelity Titans rather. 50 runs for Gandhi Jafta as she fell. Annika Bosch not too far long after for 64. Tidy starts right in the middle. Robin Sill was really bogged down alongside Ngadi Meng, taking 17 strike rates from Ngadi Meng, 42 for Robin Sill. And otherwise, a phenomenal bowling performance from the Lions with 2 wickets from Kize, who really held it strong. And of course, Sunetfulun Low right at the end, striking 2 wickets as well. But compliments to Sarah Nettleton, really keeping it tidy in the middle.
Yeah, Nettleton conceding just 28 runs in her 10 overs. Samantha Scudder outstanding, 20 runs off just 9 overs. So she was very tidy indeed. Madison Lunsman did a job at the death as well, 1 for 20 in 4 overs. So all in all, a very tidy bowling display by the Lions. Exactly what Coach Sean Pretorius would have wanted after Khamotso Rapur won the toss and elected to bowl first.
45 minutes until we see the start of the new innings. 188 runs is the target. The Fidelity Titans, they have put a score of 187, and the DP World Lions will see if they can reign supreme and make it a double versus their North Gauteng rivals. We will be back here in YouTube Cricket South Africa. Join us as we return for the second innings.
Welcome back to the Tshwane University of Technology here in Pretoria for the CSA one-day women's provincial clash between the Gauteng neighbours, the Fidelity Titans and the DP World Lions. We are into the Lions chase now. The DP World Lions needing 188 to win this game and stay top of the log. That's after the Lions won the toss this morning and sent the Titans into bat and bowled brilliantly with the new ball. It was a very slow start for the Titans, but then Annika Bosch and Gandhi Jafta seemed to have paved the way for a decent score before the Lions fought back really well with the ball at the death. So 187 for 7, and Masabara Klaas opens the bowling to Nonkululeko Tabete. Nothing to report there. With me is Pendulo Magavani. Pendulo, who's your money on in this run chase?
It's going to be a very tough one. After speaking with the players, telling us that pitch just dying and dying and dying with more invariable bounce. It's slow in nature as well.
Class in again. Ooh, it's a bit loose outside off stump from Tabete. Yeah, we certainly saw, even in those first 10 overs of the Titans innings, that stroke play, not that easy. It's a slowish pitch, there's a bit of low bounce, and it's not the sort of pitch where I think a batter can overpower the bowling. It's going to be about manipulation and a lot of skill involved, but a modest target for the Lions to chase.
It's hard to tell until both teams have really gotten their eye in to see how the play is going. What they did well, the Lions, was to hit their areas nice and early, right from the beginning. Their plan was to stifle the run chase rather than to go for the wickets, trusting that the wickets were going to come. But with two slips here, the Titans are going for a rather different strategy, saying, Masabara Klaas, go on the attack.
Keeping to a very good line in this opening over, outside off stump.
Has recovered since that wide delivery, just going outside the off stump a bit too much. Right now it's not really a rush, as you can see. Klaas is trying to draw that wide shot from Tabete, that loose shot that she did play earlier on.
Short of a leg that time from Klaas. Nicely defended though by Tabete. She does have a very solid technique. We've seen that through this season. Very much the anchor type opener for the Lions. And then Palesa Mapua, Jeanette Viljoen-Low, they're the dashers up top.
Madison Landsman also likes giving it a good tap. Very strong. She made her debut in the T20s. And that goes to speak to her powers. She did so well with the ball right at the end, right at the deep. So right now they will be calling on her with the bats, but hopefully not, as Tabet and Mapo have a relatively good partnership right at the top. They normally take it into the 40s every now and then, reaching that 50. Right now they'll be wanting to take it right into the end. It's because, as you said, total is quite modest at 188.
And the first runs of the innings is turned through square leg. First runs off the bat, that is. And Nonkululeko Tabete is underway. But a tidy start by Masabara Klaas from the north end.
The overdone, just bowling that wide delivery, which was the only one which went astray. Everything else just trying to be tidy. But just giving away that single right at the end brings the end to the over.
It's going to be Kaylee Tapp who's going to take the new ball from the south end.
Normally, Elise Marie Marks would be opening the bowling for for the Fidelity Titans rather, but she's not available for this match, playing for the South African emerging team. So Kaylee Tab, very capable as well at the top with the new ball for the Titans.
She has just the one slip. Third man is on the boundary, not fine leg, class of third man and fine leg back.
Hitting the deck hard.
Yeah, Tabeti's found the gap down to third man. And they'll come back for two. Good running.
Well directed as well, just going finer to Gandhi Jafta was standing at that third man area. We saw with the Titans batting also, they were trying a lot to exploit that third man area right at the beginning of the power play.
While the ball is hard and there's still some pace to work with. So Tapper's just got one fielder on the boundary. That is that third man. Wayward and umpire Philip Fossley a bit delayed, but did signal the wide in the end down the leg side.
Just searching for her lines here is Kaylee Tapp, and once she does, she becomes quite a handful. But also at the same time, Nonkululeko Tabete is a handful of herself. She really values her wicket.
Yeah, immaculate back foot defence there from Tabete. Bit of extra bounce from Tap. But one does feel that Tabete is kind of the rock around which this Lions innings is normally formed. The other players can play around her.
And she also frustrates the bowlers for such a long time.
Ooh, that scooted through a bit low. Tabete had to be very watchful there. She did well.
Because even when it does those ones that surprise you as a batter, that normally get your wickets, because how often do those trap you LBW? Just keeps it there. Keeps grinding right at the beginning of her innings. And once she starts getting the drive working, oh, it's wonderful to watch.
That's a lovely cut shot by Tabete. She's found the gap as well. And the first boundary of the Titans innings.
Just dropped wide from Kaylee Tapper. She continues searching for her areas in her first over. This time just going wider. She already bowled a wide down the leg side. Tabete threading it with a surgical precision through that backward point and the cover fielder for that four.
Yeah, beautifully played. Didn't try to overplay it. Just lovely timing and placement. And Nonkululeko Tabete will be very happy with the way she's started her innings. Again, watchful off the back foot. No run to cover.
Selective of her shots as well. Understanding of her stumps. She's playing. Wonderful thing from Kaylee Tap here is that everything she's bowling is trying to target and get Tabete playing. The problem is when she gets it wrong, Tabete is there to take her on.
Turn, but straight to square leg, no run. And that ends the second over. And the Titans are on 6 without loss.
Just a slow build up here from the Lions. They don't have to rush what they're doing. There's a long time left for the match. Just starting off, Masabata class will want to ensure that she hits her lengths, hits her lines well. They're giving her protection, they're giving her attacking options too with those slip fielders.
Yeah, 2 slips, third man and fine leg. Masabata class, the Proteas bowler. Bang on target. Good defence though by Palesa Mapu.
Finally getting her share of the strike. Be very important for her to also just get her eye in until that opportunity to strike comes to her.
Good bounce there for Class. Dropping the length back a bit, but well handled.
Also at the same time, the length at that area and the line straight to the body, they have this huge area, standard field that you would expect. Fine leg is very fine. Mid wickets quite straighter. You have that gap where you can tuck those balls around.
Ooh, that was quite nasty from Class. And Mapua getting wrapped on the gloves.
Didn't look like she enjoyed that one.
I don't think anyone would have enjoyed that one. That was vicious.
Just rising up from that length, Masabata Class, what she's showing is that she's dragging in hard and she's really charging through the crease, through her action, trying to extract the full use of the surface.
Class just pulling out of that one. Masabata Class, the 32-year-old, vastly experienced, of course. She's played over 100 times for South Africa between ODIs and T20 matches. Very much the spearhead of this Fidelity Titans attack. Pace and bounce. We haven't seen that sort of pace and bounce all day. Classy stuff there from Masabata Class.
She will be the quickest bowler in this game today. She is pace. She's picked up the pace over the years as well. The Lions missing the spearhead of Shabnim Ismail, who is amongst the fastest bowlers in the world in the women's game. Then the excellent control of Ayabonga Kaka.
And then she goes fuller, outside off stump, but Mapua shows good restraint, leaves that one alone.
But with what they had, the Lions did an excellent job. It was a pure display of batting. Anyone who is a cricket purist would have enjoyed what they were watching today. Field placing to the tee. If you love your cricket shots, you would have seen them. It's just that they wouldn't have had a lot of value.
Trying to angle that down to third man, but finds second slip instead. End of the third over. And the Titans unscathed. They'll be happy. The Lions at least unscathed and on 9 without loss. Yeah, the DP World Lions missing 4 bowlers really today for various reasons. Jenna Evans, Rufiwe Moncho, Tumisvika Sekakune, or the CSA emerging side. Ayabonga Kaka injured. So as you say, just showing the remarkable depth in Central Gauteng cricket at the moment, that the attack still doing a fantastic all-round job as Kaylee Tapp is in the game. Hook shot, not timed completely and taken a mid-wicket.
Short ball coming into the action, and it is Kaylee Tapp who gets rid of the dangerous Tabete right at the top of the innings, and it is damage already. 9 for 1 for the Lions as they now trail by 179 runs for the victory.
Yeah, Kaylee Tapp banging it in, getting that bounce. It all just got a bit too big for Nonkululeka Tabete, and really lobbing a catch to mid-wicket. So that's a big wicket for the Titans. And Kaylee Tapp, 33-year-old, from Durban originally, has come up to Pretoria, playing for the Fidelity Titans, and she actually took 3 for 35 against the Lions earlier this season, so she's had a bit of success against them as now the veteran, Sunette Viljoen-Low, will come to the wicket, and I'm interested in Pendula in how she's going to approach it. We know how powerful she is, what a strong hitter she is, but I fancy it might not be the sort of pitch where you can really just overpower the bowling. So it's going to be interesting to see how she gets herself in. She normally goes very hard from the start, doesn't she?
One thing you don't want to do as Sunette Viljoen-Low is to get bogged down, to get into that hole where you feel like you have to get your eye in and then become way too defensive and lose sight of your natural game, which is to take on the bowler. So right now, Kaylee Tap went for a ball which is short, and we know Sunette Viljoen Low is powerful on the pull, powerful on the cut. So like you said here, Ken, it will be interesting to see how she gets herself in. Does she go on the charge? Does she just settle herself in with easy singles?
It's a good start by the bowler and by the batter. Yeah, I guess the thing is not to change the way you play, and you know that Viljoen Low is always aggressive from the outset. But I guess in different conditions you might have to change the way you go about playing the way you play. So she could still be aggressive, but in different ways.
And what we saw with Sune Loose, who we all know is a fluid stroke player. She can take the ball on, hit it lovely. Is that when she started her innings, that she just found the gaps. She played the shots that she normally plays, but expertly into those spaces to just keep the run flowing. And all of a sudden, she was on 18 runs in a blink of an eye.
Was Viljoen Low tempted to have a go at that one? In the end, she didn't. But it looks like she was in two minds maybe there.
And it's a good call not to go for that. Players have been finding it difficult to time those shots if they go hard at them square at the wicket. Tabete just lost a wicket because of that.
And there's a slip waiting for any edge that doesn't go to the wicket keeper.
It seems to be coming true sometimes. Titans bowlers are really hitting the deck hard. Class is doing it. Tap is doing it. And it feels as if they're just getting more for their efforts than the Lions bowlers did. The Lions bowlers are going nice and full, trying to extract as much swing as possible. The Titans are hitting that deck.
Yeah, Tap is a tall lady. She can use that to her advantage. It's a nice drive, but excellent fielding by Robin Searle to keep Viljoen Low on naught. And the Lions are 4 overs into their innings and are 9 for 1. Good start with the ball then by the Titans. They've got that early wicket they would have wanted. Indula.
And it has that annoying wicket of Nonkululeko Tabete, who once she faces 10-15 deliveries, she becomes a menace to dismiss.
Masabada class continues from the north end to Mapua. It's a nice positive defensive stroke by Mapua, but Midon does the fielding, no run.
But on the alternate side of the coin, here's Balesa Mapo, who still has her wicket. Wouldn't say she's had a great season, very inconsistent. Every now and then gets into the teens and then loses her wickets. So this is a perfect opportunity for her to just play her game.
The short runner game from class turned, but mid-wicket will do the fielding, no run. Yeah, plenty of time for Mapua. The required run rate is nothing too extreme. They don't want to get bogged down, but they also don't need to rush things here at the top.
And also we keep speaking about the depths of both teams. Lions certainly not lacking in batting and wicket-keeping depth. So it's a position that is very much contested for.
Right in the boko from class and well kept out by Mapua, the surprise Yorker. But the Lions wicketkeeper for most of the season, except today when Sinala Jafta returned to action. She kept it out well, Mapua. Up to the task.
Class showing her skill sets right at the beginning of her innings. Not really wasting time.
She does just seem to be in total control of where she wants to put each delivery.
Look at that. Even there. But it's a good decision. Mapo, she's not going to come for the stumps. I'm not going to take it on. If it's not there for me to just clubber through that very open cover area, because it's just what? An extra cover and a point fielder. Otherwise, vacant land.
Yeah, the carrot is certainly there for the drive shot. But Mapua watchful. Short ball cut. Mapua did well to get over the bounce there. She's got it past the point, and they'll come back for two as third man runs across to field. That was a very well controlled stroke by Palesa Mapua.
She eventually recovered very well on a ball that looked to just take up on her unsuspectedly. Good reactions with the hands to be able to just play that ball onto the ground as soft as possible, because that point fielder was definitely in the game.
Also a tall lady, Palesa Mapua, that would have helped to get over the bounce.
Good control here from Masabasa Class. Was just able to put the ball in the right areas, just able to get my ball, questioning the lines, but it's just that thing where she's not letting her play every single delivery, which is the difference between what the Lions and the Titans were doing. The Lions were really forcing Robin Searle and Garimeng to play that ball, but they were always hitting it to the fielder because the fielder was backing it up.
So 11 for 1 after 5 overs. Kaylee Tapp will bowl her third over. She's the wicket taker for the Fidelity Titans. To Filunlo on the cut, but not much timing. Straight to cover, no run.
It takes time for you to gauge the bounce of the pitch, and then for you to understand what type of shot to play.
Yeah, the timing of those cross-batted shots is going to be difficult because of the kind of slow bounce from the back of the length deliveries, some of them keeping a bit low as well.
Just strapping her on the pads there. Very risky delivery from Tapp, because from where we are stationed, right behind Sunette for Leon Low, just one backward square, no fine leg this time, so it's as if Kaylee Tapp can't afford to go to the stumps necessarily because she's going to be pedaled away.
Sweetly driven, but can't beat mid-on. Yeah, must have had a class with her extra pace, having a fine leg and a third man, but just a third man for Tapp, so as you say, she has to keep it on off stump or outside off. She's got one slip as well, class at 2.
Still trusting in their bowler to try and get a wicket.
Oh, this is going to have to be quick. Oh, the misfield. Filion Low putting the field under pressure there. Tap and run.
Did fantastic work there. Really rushing to it, Masabasa Class.
Yeah, she just couldn't gather cleanly. Otherwise, it might have been an interesting situation. If she could have gathered cleanly and had a shot at the stumps. Anyway, Filion Low off the mark.
But also the one thing we know about Sunette Filion Low is that she's a lively wire. She can run in a flash between the crease, accumulating those runs. She has a gas tank of an engine. She can run forever, and she has those strong arms.
Palesa Mapua might have been in trouble at the other end, though, as she takes strike again to Kaylee Tapp. Oh, that might be a wide, is it? No. So Kaylee Tapp ends another pretty tidy over.
Really well controlled over from Tapp, not giving much away. Really hitting her lengths, really hitting her lines. It's 12 for 1 after 6 overs here for the DP World Lions. And I must admit, Ken, I like the fact that Mapo is not chasing the balls that are not posing any threats to her. She's not what she needs to do right now.
Yeah, I think they've obviously identified that Masabada Class is a danger bowler. You want to be very watchful against her. See her off maybe with the new ball early wickets will bring the Titans back into the game. Nice and full. Filyun Low shoveling the drive a bit there to mid-off.
Trying to access that open cover area. You can see her imitating her shot now, angling it into that open area.
Yeah, mid-off and extra cover are quite close together. It's a deepish mid-off right on the edge of the ring, and then there's a big gap to point who is square. Solid defensive game from Filyun Low, so showing she can adapt to the different conditions.
It's what she needs right now, understanding what her game is, but also understanding what the game she's in is. Losing Nonkululeko Tabete earlier on wasn't nice. Facing one of the quicker bowlers around the circuit also needs her to be a bit more tentative.
And she'll go for a nice quick single to the right of extra cover there. Well played by Filyun Low, of course a former Protea herself, so she's very experienced. The old muscle memory from her first career as a cricketer before she became an Olympic athlete. No doubt still there.
Not forgetting that batting technique. She's just so wonderful. She's graceful to watch once she gets all her flow going.
Oh, that was well bowled, and again, very well controlled by Palesa Mapua, managing to steer that down to third man for a single. Yeah, speaking of flow, Masabada class is running in beautifully, smoothly. She's getting lift out of this pitch. She's bowling at a good pace. It's really good cricket at the moment.
Bowling like absolute lightning. She's just hitting her areas so excellently. Where she's running in, doesn't seem like there's any bother, any stutter, any obstacle in her rhythm following into the crease. We're looking at her hair. Her hair is ginger. You think it's ginger. It's actually ashes. It's ash because it's been on fire. She's just bowling hot deliveries here.
And all just so fluid and smoothly done. It really doesn't seem to be that much effort, as Filyun Low will scamper a single to square leg. So good running between the wickets, good batting by this Titans pair. They're managing to not just see off good bowling, but also managing to get singles from it.
And that's when that's the value of just staying in there for just a little bit longer, just making sure that you get your eye in and you start making the moves.
So 15 for 1 now after 7 overs. Also a slow start up front for the Lions, and they've lost the 1 wicket. But not so much pressure on them because they're just chasing 188. Tap to continue. Nice little leg glance. Ooh, one wonders. Filyun Low certainly wanted a single there. Square leg had to run a little way to cut that off. Mapua said no. I fancy there probably was a run there, Pindula.
Trying to press the situation. Sunette for Leon, for her there's a single. Maybe from Mapo on the other side. She's like, I'm not you, Sunette.
Running to the danger end, of course, Mapu. Lovely drive, but straight to mid-off.
Slowly and slowly getting her timing working, but also just a little bit overpitched there from Tap. Wanting her to get onto that front foot, wanting her to drive, which is a better thing than what was happening with Mapo, who was able to just leave her bowling alone.
Yeah, I think on this pitch you certainly want to be rather too full than too short. That's back of a length. Slapped to Robin Searle at extra cover, who stops well. That was well struck by Filyun Low. Searle's teammates just run across to congratulate her.
Talking about a slow nature, just look at that slap shot from Sunette Falunlo. She set up everything for a cut shot, but the ball reached her so late, ended up hitting it in front of her.
Nicely driven, but straight to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, if she could have just waited a little bit longer on that slap shot, there's a big gap between extra cover and cover. She could have got it through there, but as you say, the slowness of this pitch just making it a little bit tricky for the stroke players. Ooh, Falunlo drawn into the ambitious drive there.
Rather be too full, like you were saying, Ken. Rather be too full. Drag the players onto the front foot.
Is Falunlo getting a bit fidgety? Is she going to try something ambitious that could be her downfall? No, watchful, good drive, very controlled. Straight to mid-off, no run. And that ends another very tidy over. And it is 16 for 1 after 8 overs. So just going along at 2 runs to the over, the Lions. A watchful, cautious start.
Very watchful. And the good thing for the Lions here is that at least they know what they are chasing. They know what they have to work with, so they can strategize on how they're going to build up their entire innings. Of course, losing Tabeta was not part of the plans, but there is a plan should a first wicket fall within that power play, and it seems as if Sunette Falunlo and Mapo are executing that well. Just preserve that wicket. The runs will come once you see off your top bowlers in Class and Tab.
And here's Class again to Mapua. Yeah, it's a good drive, but mid-off will get across and cut that off. Yeah, the Lions have been a very good chasing side this season, and one feels that had a lot to do also with them winning the toss and electing to bowl first. They're comfortable chasing. They know exactly what they need to do.
Like you said, chasing that 263 at the Wanderers. But also
can't beat extra cover there, Mapu.
But also that had the magnificence of Jenna Evans, who's a missing figure in this particular match. It also had Sunette Falunlo. Sunette Falunlo performed very well in the Free States match alongside Kirsty Thompson, who scored 89 in that particular fixture. She's not here, is Kirsty Thompson.
Oh, it's been missed by wicketkeeper Lawrence, but I fancy that's going to be wides rather than bars. Yeah. Umpire Ryan Hendricks stretches the arms. Yeah, the young Madison Lunsman comes in next, scheduled to come in next for the Lions. And then Sonala Jafta, Sarah Barber, Kamotso Rapua. But one feels that this is really a vital partnership for the Lions, just to give a foundation to the innings and paving the way for what they will hope is a stress-free chase. Oh, off the top edge, skied, and Point has chopped it. Oh no, she got underneath it.
What a big chance that was. And it is the very massive wicket of Sunette Falunlo, who skied one. We spoke about those cross-bat shots being a risky option, and that was proof. But Nkadi Meng, who had all the time in the world, just couldn't bring it home.
She got under it, she was there. It was, Falunlo just rushed a bit by the pace of Class. The bounce off the top edge. Oh, what a miss. And then Mapua plays a lovely drive off her legs. There are two fielders in pursuit, and it's a very good effort by Mokolang Mapangula to pull that ball back. But they will come through for 3 runs, which will not improve Masabada Class's mood.
Elegant shot that from Mapo. Just waited for it for all this time, absorbing the pressure, eventually coming. Also maybe a touch of frustration from Masabata Class going for the wickets. Just guided so well, shifting her body weight onto her front foot. Unlucky not to get a 4, but maximized it with that 3.
one has to say she's handled Masabada class with a plum. Let's see how Viljoen Low goes after a little over-pitched and flicked away a good scrambling stop. A diving save by Mokolang Mafangula. Again, good fielding by her, 2 balls in a row, this time at mid-wicket.
Class is asking a lot from her mid-wicket as she's now targeting more and more of the stumps. But this is what the Lions have been waiting for. Yes, it came fortuitously over the dropped catch, but they've been waiting for this lapse of concentration from the bowling.
Good positive defence again from Mapua, and that ends an eventful over and a big let-off for the DP World Lions.
It's so important for the Titans to not drop their heads now after that drop catch and continue with their plans on Sunette Viljoen Low, who might be aware of them just a bit more now.
So 22 for 2 after 9 overs, with Viljoen Low on 5 and Mapua. She must have more than 6, I would imagine. Just a few scoreboard issues there.
I hear you, Ken. You're giving Titans a wicket. Touch wood. It's 22 for 1.
Oh no! It's gone down again! Flicked straight into the hands of square leg. It was fumbled. It was botched. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
And you are talking about it right now, saying 22 for 2. That was the second chance. That was the one. But just put down. It was a flick of a wrist by Sunette Viljoen Low.
It wasn't even going that quickly. It rather looped to square leg. Oh, Kaylee Tapp now suffers the misfortune of a drop catch. And this time Viljoen Low keeps the ball on the turf. It's a good piece of fielding there at backward point by Kadimeng, the culprit in the first drop. She did well there though.
Sunette Viljoen Low now just needs to take a couple of breaths here, Ken. Just needs to calm down. She's been dropped either side of the square, so the threats are everywhere around her. Just go back to the basics. Like we said, don't rush to get yourself in.
And that's nicely worked around the corner by Viljoen Low. There's no one behind square on the leg side, no fine leg. And that runs away for 4 runs.
Much better shot there from Viljoen Low. Letting the ball come to her, not putting too much power behind it, just peddling it around the corner. Too fine for the short, fine leg player as it runs all the way for the boundary, which is exactly what she just wants to keep doing as she has another life. It's 26 for the loss of 1.
Tapp just getting a bit leg side in this over. She needs to watch that. She doesn't have much protection. In fact, she's got no boundary protection on the leg side. That's better. That's better.
It's just been seen that with the drop catch, Sabata Glass got dropped and then she went straighter. Kaylee Tapp seems to be going through the same routine and same pattern. Just saying, oh, I'm gonna do it myself.
And a good quick single this time to mid-wicket. Yes, Mapua kind of took her time getting there, but got there in the end, kept the fielders interested.
I'm hearing the screams from the Lions dugout saying, "Woo, Pali, what are you doing?" But she makes it home.
She's conserving energy. You know, if it's a hot afternoon, bit of cloud building up.
It's cooling down, which will be a godsend for the fielding team.
Outside half of the baton again. Kadimeng fields well at point, no run. End of the over.
Fantastic start to the innings. for both teams actually. Losing their wicket. End of the power play here, Ken.
Yeah, first 10 overs gone, 27 for 1. The DP World Lions. So both sides, I think, probably reasonably happy. The Titans will be happy that they've made early inroads, just the 1 wicket. But they won't be happy with 2 drop catches, while the Lions will be pleased that they're just 1 wicket down.
Bowling change coming alongside a commentary change at the end of over number 10. Paulina Mashishi. She comes into the north end, and Gert Maloney comes to my right.
Pendulo, eventful few overs there.
Very good starts. Could have been 2 down now for the Titans, but it's still 3. In comes Mashishi, starting it well down the leg side as Viljoen Low makes room on her off stump.
Well done by Lawrence here to get her foot in the way. That could have been extra runs. Could be ill afforded by the Titans.
And you add on the fact that Simone Lawrence is the backup wicketkeeper, 16 years old. Deboho Machek is not available.
Again, moving her feet nicely. And batting, shall we say, in her second innings? After being dropped by a complete dolly.
It's actually her third innings. She was dropped twice even from 2 different bowlers. So now she has to make the full use of it. Mabo has just been taking her time though. Very tentative. Like I said with Ken, loving the approach that she's bringing into her innings.
The Titans wanted those early wickets. That would have been key for them, and that would have been the discussion in the break as well. We need wickets.
Just going for a sweep right now, but there is protection in the form of Van der Heuvel. Not going anywhere, and a good start from Paulina Mashishi here. Quick over as well here at Gert.
Great bowling, rushing through the overs, and it might be a little bit of cloud cover that we see. It is coming in pretty fast. They might be wanting to get that 20 overs in before we might have an interruption. But as I said earlier, wickets will be key. They're not going to restrict the Lions in 50 overs on that 180. So they need wickets. And those 2 drop catches, and also you got to look at the wickets. Who did they drop? And that is where it comes in. And if Viljoen Low is going to, in her mind, make them pay.
She has to. We saw Simone Lawrence being dropped. She didn't last much after that. And Viljoen Low's getting a big appeal, and she's not lasting. Her third life is all she received. Kaylee Tapp traps Sunet Viljoen Low in front, and umpire Vosloo raises the dreaded finger.
That is finally breakthrough for the Titans. That is what they wanted. And luckily, although the catch just went down, this is the one that didn't cost him too much. It is the very dangerous Viljoen Low going there.
Just 3 runs from her 19 deliveries. Really taking her time. And rather 30 deliveries from Sunet Viljoen Low. She loses her wicket. Trapped in front. Movement from Kaylee Tapp. Plays over around a straight one. And it is that second wicket. We're talking how they want that second wicket. Those early wickets. Restricting the runs is not going to be what solves the key here. What's going to open that door are these wickets.
They are going to need wickets, and they need 10 of them. Now only 8 more to get. All of a sudden that 188 looks like a score. If you can keep chipping away at the wickets, that might be the key. They just need 1 or 2 more.
And we've been talking about the lights coming in. We saw the lights going away. Wind is coming through. That ball, just slight movement, Gert, the slightest movement inwards as she played all around it there, Sinet Falunlo.
And played around a front pad, which might have given the umpire the idea that it's going to be cluttering into middle and leg.
It would have been hard for the umpire to not give that one out, actually. But in comes Madison Landsman, in at number 4. She would have wanted to have Pad Rash rather than to have her come out now. Here she is.
Facing up to top, and it is 28 for loss of 2 in the 12th over, and it's not been easy batting out there.
None at all. You get value for your shots after you take your time and after you adjust, learn what the wicket is doing. Once you get that license, just lasting in there, you'll be able to play. But Landsman now is in with a gorgeous cover drive. How beautiful is that as she opens up the face of the bat, beating cover, beating point for a boundary.
That's exactly the start she wanted. It is critical for her not to get into her shell. She needs to play the shots and also needs to keep the pressure on the Titans. Although they lost 2 wickets, the pressure is still on the Titans.
It's the onus of understanding that the moment they give me that ball to put away, I do just that. And Madison is a free-flowing player. Just showed again with that delicate touch down to third man.
And that's great batting after the 4, just getting the 1. That means 5 off the over already. Although they lost a wicket, they keep ticking the scoreboard over as well. And also not allowing top to settle into a line or length. Different batters, Mapo and Landsman, 2 completely different batters as well. So you don't settle down to a line and length.
Ooh, scary one as Mapo was just trying to also tickle it down there.
But sitting on this one a bit more, you could see the conviction in the shot when Landsman played it to one Mapo played. This one kind of just wanting the ball to hit the bat where Landsman actually played the shot. So might just be the intensity difference there. The reason why Mapo has there been for 24 balls, she's only on 6.
Oh, just drifting down to the leg side. Slight appeal from the Titans players, but they're really now starting to be vocal as well here, Gert. Getting into the ears of Mapo.
Well, they have to. Again, they're not going to restrict them in the 50 overs with the runs. They need wickets. They need to grapple it on. That one was also just the last ball, just sliding down leg. I think Mapo would have been very cross with herself because there's no fine leg in place. That one around the corner, it's an easy 2. It's an easy way to get yourself going. Just get bats on ball.
That's all you want to do. Just keep those runs flowing. As we see the end of over number 12, score stuck at 33 for the loss of 2. Madison Landsman will want to just get herself in here as well. She's a big, strong girl. And she's also very controlled in how she plays her shots.
And one thing noticeable is the spinners from the Lions weren't scared to give it flight. Titans are a little bit quicker through the air, bowling a little bit flatter as well. We saw it's not easy playing down the downtown. It's not easy going down straight, so maybe get it a little bit fuller. Don't be scared to give it some flight. You need wickets. Take a gamble. So it just gives him that pace to work with.
It's exactly what Annika Bosch, Sune Lus, and Gandhi Jafta were able to do so well. What they were doing is use their feet. They needed to do something out of the ordinary in order to get the spinners away. So that's exactly what the mindset might be here, as we finally see just a little bit of flights there from Mashishi.
And tentatively played.
Oh, sweeping around it.
Appeal.
The appeal just didn't work there. Just didn't work.
Everyone got very, very excited and animated there. Doesn't look too sad with the decision. Too distraught. Again, just that little bit quicker through the air.
The way that she plays around her bowling. Mashish is not one to be played around with. She's a magnificent bowler. As you see the end of the over, 34 runs into it, 13 overs gone, and it is here the DP World Lions team who still require another 154 runs for the victory.
And we can't emphasize this even more, is wickets. The only way that the Titans will win this match is by taking wickets.
And they're trying to do just that now, Gert. They bring a bowling change. We saw spin working wonders with the Lions. Sarah Nettleton, brilliant. So now we have Gandhi Jafta also operating here. And she's opened a rating to yet another spinner, Madison Landsman, who also had a good shift with the ball.
Yes, you mentioned Nettleton. She bowled brilliantly today. She was a bit of a surprise package. Thanks for the Titans. Working around the corner, that one.
Just a small little fumble allows for the second run. Madison Landsman needing to rush. The appeals from the Titans and the fans just deceiving us and fooling us.
Oh, one of those crowd runouts. But she was a bit sluggish getting into her crease there. It's almost like she just let up that last couple of meters.
Mm-hmm. It's always risky to take that second run from a fumble also.
Just in.
But she makes it home nicely. It was a nice throw from the deep as well. Accurate, straight into Lawrence's hands. But here we are. Jafta's back rather.
She's just dropping it a little bit short. Hoping that they'll rock on that back foot. There is some variable bounce in the deck.
And there's that air that she gives it nicely. Trying to open up the wrist there, it was Landsman. Squeeze it in between the point and cover.
And that air just slows it down. Doesn't give you any pace to work with.
And she bowls this one normal pace, just a little bit flatter. Turning the ball into the right-hander, but the length making it hard for her to play it down to that deep square leg fielder for that easy single, easy one, easy two. Wonderfully flighted, and those wrists from Landsman come out, but it's just for one. She said that slowness, so hard to get away.
And that's what it will do as well. If that ball was bowled a little bit quicker, that would have been a 2, maybe even timed better for a 4. But it will definitely give you that extra run because it just goes that further away. And with the outfield not being as quick as we thought in the beginning, it just slows up as well. So the slowness of the pitch, the slowness of the bowling, it just makes it harder for the batters, and they need to open face, find gaps, and generate the pace with their wrists, which both sides have been finding hard to do at the moment.
Mashishi gives it nice air, it's overpitched. Small sniff for the mid-on fielder. Tiniest sniff for Annika Bosch.
Mapo will be very, very, very angry with herself. They are beg your pardon, Landsman.
Really would have. It was a free gift. Very rarely does Mashishi give those away.
No, there's no one behind square. It would have been a free hit down here. What I said earlier, Pendulo, she mustn't get into a shell now. She must not allow them just to bowl at her, because that's going to cost her.
And just only giving her those drives, only making them taste their own medicine here. And she has to go for the sweep, but the sweep is cleaned up right at the deep. Simasabata Klaus, she is at the deep square leg.
And that will make that full toss that she didn't put away just hurt even more.
You can see it's only that deep square leg fielder who's standing at the deep for Paulina Mashishi who gets away with the first ball full toss, but wraps up the over magnificently here, Gert, to bring the close to over number 15. It's 39 for 2.
39 for 2, target 188. As long as they keep chipping away, I can't see that run rate's going to be an issue. They might be experiencing, there's a couple of dark clouds actually coming in very fast from the south end.
That's where Gandhi has the ball. Starting it off nice and flatter. Madison Landsman slowly getting that drive to work. Still not finding the spaces here.
And I say again, you can't emphasize it even enough. It's that slowness of which they're bowling it. They're not generating enough pace to pierce that gap.
And she goes bigger. That is Madison Landsman for you. Big sweep shot into the open fine leg area. Bounces once and into the boundary for 4.
And Jafta just trying 2 straight there, going onto that leg stump and with no fine leg out on the boundary. That is a free hit for Landsman.
Wonderful work from Landsman. Awareness of that short fine leg field, and then she just lifts it up over the top. Wonderful placing. Gandhi Jafta now has to think. Such a hard shot to bowl to the sweep.
And they do have protection out on the boundary. You've got a deep square out, and also they got cow corner out. But then you've got to be very accurate as well. You can't drop it on leg stump because they could just swivel it around the corner. Makes the angle impossible for deep square to get to.
You'd eventually want that deep square to be basically another fine leg.
You want the batter almost to drag it from off to that square leg.
And it's also important on top of that, Gert, to keep in mind that the ball is spinning towards her, so it makes that sweep shot a little bit easier as we bring it at the close. It's over number 16 here at the beautiful TUT main oval. It's 42 for 2.
Landsman is 14 of 22 and Mapo is 6 of 29. Just steadying the boat a little bit, allowing everyone to score around her. The difference between these 2 innings is
wonderful bowling from Mashishi. Gets an edge for Mapo. It's going to be collected by Nkadimeng. Wonderful start.
And we saw an edge getting Jafta going, and after that it was a hat-trick of boundaries after the one edge. But yeah, the difference between the 2 is that the Lions have been rotating a lot better than what the Titans did. Not taking anything away on how the Lions bowled, because they bowled brilliantly. Skitter was phenomenal. Meso, the partnership between those 2 were absolutely fantastic.
Dropped it up into the air. Good shot from Palesa Mapo, but it's just a little bit mistimed as it doesn't get to the boundary. Masabata Class picks it up, but like you said, that edge slowly just getting her going a little bit.
Just getting another, just doubling up again. And again, the difference is the good balls are also going for the ones. That's the thing. And misfield.
The bad balls though. The bad balls are not being put away here. It's another full toss.
It's almost like they're struggling to pick it up, because the timing has been, it's not like they're hitting the fielders with immense timing. It's almost like they're struggling to pick up the fuller ball.
Also, we know Mashishi does spin the ball, so it might be the revs that are pulling the ball down to dip just before they get that connection onto the ball, but it's no excuse for not getting a full toss away.
And with no fine leg on the boundary, it is a very, very dangerous ball to bowl.
Wouldn't say that she's bowling them on purpose, but maybe she is, as that last ball is gently guided to the middle field, and that's how we bring in end. It's over number 17. Nearing 50 runs now are the Lions. They still trail by 141 runs. It's 47 for 2.
It'll be interesting to see what they're going to do after this, the Titans. After this 2 spinners have been operating in tandem, What will their backup be after this? We saw the Lions throw in a wild card as a bowler. She hasn't bowled she hasn't bowled a lot, with Sunette Viljoen Low bowling 2 overs there and picking up wickets as well.
Big shot from Palesa Mappo, but she does find the open area as they come back for the second run. It's an easy pickup, but these are valuable runs here that count for Mappo as she gets to double figures.
And it's just that edge that got them going. We saw Jafta also getting edge and got her going, and all of a sudden she's playing some shots, finding the gaps.
And that's the nice thing of having Madison Landsman there. It's the fact that her scoring and her ability to get going does relieve somewhat some pressure from Mappo. Looped in, she gets the connection, but again those full tosses are not being put away.
I'm without words at the moment. I don't know how to explain even more. That ball did not dip. It was just it's straight at the fielder.
But she gets it into the block hole this time.
It's almost like the full toss is going to be the stock ball. No runs coming from 4 full tosses that we've seen so far in the last 2 overs.
Jafta another full toss, but it's good fielding from Masabata Klaus at mid-off. Ooh, the Lions are not capitalizing on these freebies coming from the spinners, but they are keeping it tidy with their fielding. The end of over number 18, which brings up their half century as well.
That means only 133 more required, and that is in 32 overs that they still can get that. So Titans need to pull a rabbit out of the bag. They need, in my opinion, about 3 quick wickets here to really get the Lions under pressure. Maybe expose the middle order a little bit to the spin and to the slowness of the deck. But if they're going to allow the Lions just to do that, Mappo and Landsman to do that, rotate the strike, then I don't think they're going to have a chance in this game.
It's going to be a very difficult one to restrain if that's going to keep on happening, especially with the power play now over. They can have more fielders patrolling the boundary. Paulina Mashishi is one of those players who is very much more than capable of taking that breakthrough that they need. And they find a thread through. Wonderful timing from Madison Landsman. Through Sunay Lus at short extra cover, all the way to the boundary as Robin Sill can only fetch it over the fence.
And that is a fantastic cover drive. Great weight transfer. Just leaned into it. Didn't try and overhit it, anything. That could be the difference between the full tosses and that one. Wasn't a bad ball, just leaned into it. Pierced that gap to perfection. Great shot.
Ooh, looking to go wild this time. It's very open in that point area, but they must be very careful.
She does get turned, and the pressure is on the Titans again, just with that one shot.
And she pulls it deeper, short again, just through Gandik Jafta, but this time, luckily enough, getting a deflection, Van der Heuvel can collect it at the deep square leg area.
There would have been a run anyway, but you just want that confidence as a bowler that you feel is going to pick it up cleanly, put pressure, that doubt in the mind of the batter.
And like you're saying earlier on, the running has been exemplary from the Lions, and the reason why the Titans couldn't do that was because of the extraordinary fielding from the Lions. As you see the end of over number 18 here, score is 55 for the loss, or 56 rather, for the loss of 2.
And drinks being brought on, and the difference is not just that rotation in the singles. It has also been that although Mappo has been striking at less than 2 or less than 50, the rest have actually been able to capitalize. They've been able to rotate, they've been able to get Mappo back on strike. So where the Titans had 2 batters that was stuck in that first 10, 11 overs, because they were, remember, 18 without loss after 11, just before that run out. And that is the difference that we're seeing here now. It is that rotation. There is one or two more chances being taken. Mapo actually going for one or two after she doubled up, after she got into their double figures. But the slowness of the deck definitely showing. But again, Titans need 3, maybe even 4 quick wickets.
Will they get those 3 quick wickets when we come back from the break? We will only see once they return. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The drinks have been done. As we return with the arm of Sune loose. She started the run flow of the Titans when she entered. Now she wants to see if she can continue the wicket flow.
She can bowl a bit. We haven't seen her bowl a lot.
At 52 for 2, she gets picked up and lofted over the top, but into open land where the ball can be collected and brought back safely by Kaylee Tapp at deep square leg.
Yes, and thanks to Ken, who's gotten the DLS, the Duckworth Lewis par scores for us, as we see it get very dark here at TUT. The par score that they should be on is 59.
Just 3 away from that as the ball is thrown into the block hole by Sune Liss, rather. She's giving it that loop and it's bouncing at a good area. Just a slight appeal from her. And we've been seeing the Lions struggling with that loopy delivery.
Yes, she saw a gap. And while batting as well, she's also struggled with the slower deliveries. That ball just dipping right in front of the batter. Makes it very hard, but lovely timing there. Mapo just wants that one to get into a gap.
Dropping this one nice and flat. That's the gift Mapo has been waiting for. Dropped nice and candidly by Sune Loose, and it's sweet timing from Mapo. 4 runs at the deep square leg.
61 for loss of 2, and that's after 20, and now it constitutes a game. Now Duckworth Lewis comes in, 20 overs have been bowled, so now we can get a result. Doesn't matter what the weather does.
As will we get this result for the next 10 overs? We'll be having you, Gert, guiding us so nicely with Ken Boland.
Thank you very much. That drinks break also makes it feel a lot shorter than it is. It is another single there to the Lions. Ashini continuing.
So we have a dramatic build-up of clouds, which I think might have something to do with the Titans turning to spin, trying to get to the 20 over mark, which they've now done, constitutes a match. Apparently behind us it's even darker and more threatening. And the two teams are really neck and neck on the DLS calculations after 21 overs, well, after 20 overs in fact.
Ball wicket lost. What a fantastic catch. Sill taking that one at mid-wicket. It was brilliantly struck by Mapo, going for the slog sweep, actually middling it, and a well-judged catch by Sill. Fantastic wicket there. Ashini finally gets the breakthrough.
Well, that's almost a bonus wicket when you have a moment of brilliance in the field like that. Certainly makes a massive difference. I was going to say that the Lions were bang on the par score after 20 overs of 61 for 2. That, of course, all changes now with the fall of a third wicket. They need to be at the end of the 21st over on 76 for 3. So unless there's quite a dramatic end to this over, the Titans would have created a little gap for themselves in terms of DLS.
And that is the one thing that the Lions must be very aware of, that every wicket they lose in this chase, with the cloud cover coming in as it is, weather conditions threatening, that will make about a 10 to 13 run difference every time they lose a wicket.
Exactly. It is amazing how punitive the loss of a wicket is to that DLS calculation, even with a fairly moderate target of 188.
Madison Landman going on very nicely. She is on a 21. Oh, first ball up, getting a bit of an edge. This is magnificent bowling. Making life very difficult, especially for a new batter coming in. It's all of a sudden, as we mentioned before, it's getting very darker. It is definitely getting gloomier, and the spin is doing a fantastic job just rushing through this innings. As we see Sunay Lees also just getting ready for the next over. Well, has been flighting it nicely, going nice and full, and creating one or two issues for the batter as she's attacking that block hole, but the last ball of the last over just dropping it short.
Yeah, she a bit of a mixed bag, a bit of rust, I think, with Sunay Lewis, but when she does land it in the right place, you know that she's going to be a threat, the leg spinner.
And she does get the ball to grip and turn. It's not quick turn, but she's also giving it a lot of flight.
Yeah, Lunsman able just to wait for that delivery and play it off the pitch.
Just getting nice and neat into the batter here, having her create the pace, and there's no one on the boundary on the offside. Lovely sweep shot chance. Oh, just pulling out of that one. Great fielding in the end. That ball just spun away from the fielder there in deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't think she could have reached the catch, so she made the right decision in the end.
It's one of those where you know you need wickets. Every chance you want to be taken. It's one of those where you feel, oh, should I, shouldn't I? Is there a possibility of piercing the field? Fantastic timing. Another 4 to the Lions.
So Sine Lus has proven to be a little bit of expensive. It's probably a bit of a gamble by the Titans if she can get a wicket or two.
Jafta moving on to 4. She's off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Of course, she would have faced Sine Lus many times on the Proteas nets. She'll know what she's all about.
That's a shot, top shot, straight past the bowler, overhead. Will that go for another boundary? Yes, it does. A fantastic shot.
Brilliant batting by Sanana Jafta. Mid-off and mid-on, both up. And Sine Lus providing the carrot, and Jafta good enough to clear the infield with a lovely strike. And typical of Sanana Jafta, she's come in and looked very busy and prepared to take on the bowling from the outset.
And that over going for 9 from Sine Lus. I think they might want to make a change here. The gamble was worth the take, but just did not come off for the Titans.
So I think the Lions are still 6 runs behind on DLS, but they've made up a little bit of a gap there.
Very well played. Just tucked her down to third man, just opening that face, just letting it run down. And they'll be very aware that they should not lose any more wickets. That just moves that goalpost.
Yeah, Mashishi, of course, has won already. Paulina Mashishi into her 7th over, has conceded just 16 runs now. And, of course, she's full of confidence, having taken 4 for 27 last weekend. But, yeah, confident or not, she's going to have to come off the field now.
And this is now where you hope the mathematics is working in your favour. The Titans players will be very happy.
They are all smiles as they come off the field. I think they know exactly where they're meant to be on DLS. And we have them being just a little bit ahead at the moment. They're at the start of the over, at the end of 21 overs, 22 overs, I beg your pardon, with 3 wickets down. The scores, the par score is 77. The Lions just a little bit behind at the moment. They'll be hoping this blows over quickly.
And as you mentioned, behind us, down our commentary box, it is very dark. And that is, as I understand from everyone in the area, that's exactly where the rain normally comes from. A very sarcastic person would say the rain comes from the top. But the direction that the clouds will move in is from that almost a southwest sort of area moving across the field. And it has gone very dark. As you can see, the ground staff, everyone just pulling up the covers. And again, this will be probably one of the luckiest results for the Titans if this weather continues.
Well, you have to give them credit. They've started well with the ball. That's the thing, you know. They've managed to squeeze the Lions just that little bit, create a bit of pressure, defending a moderate score. And, you know, who's to say from here that it wouldn't necessarily be an easy chase for the Lions from here in. So, yeah, one can't begrudge the Titans too much, I think.
No, it's all fair in love and war. But also the conditions of bowling will change a lot now because the dynamics of the ball will differ. There'll be a lot more swing on offer. There'll be a lot more dip on offer because of the moisture. And where this morning it was scorching hot. The Lions were burning from both ends this morning. And now we're off. And you can actually feel the wind from outside just being a little bit chilly. So if they go back onto the park, as you said, moderate score, bowling conditions will favour the Titans.
Well, it's not actually raining at the moment, funnily enough, so I can only presume they went off because of lightning. Not that we heard anything too close, but they scampered off very quickly. All 15 of them were off the field in a flash, pardon the pun. But one would expect it might well rain. The Titans will have a wet ball then to contend with, and with 3 spinners in their side already bowling, that could make life a bit difficult for them. It could also speed up the pitch a bit. Could make it a bit easier for the stroke players. And of course, knowing exactly what you need batting second is probably a bit of an advantage as well.
Yes, and the maths will also come into play the whole time, because from here on in, if they go out again, every single over Duckworth-Lewis will come into play. Every single over they'll have small targets that they need to reach to make sure that they stay ahead of the game. And that is one thing with the Duckworth-Lewis system, you don't want to play catch-up cricket. You want to stay ahead of it the whole time, even if it's with 2 runs. You don't want to be on par, you just want to be ahead of it the whole time. It just gives you that little bit of cushion. If something happens, you lose a wicket, you've got a couple of runs to play with and you can catch up again.
Absolutely, because playing catch-up cricket inherently brings with a risk. Then you lose a wicket and then you fall even further behind, as you've spoken about how punishing that equation is. If you lose a wicket, you immediately fall 10 to a dozen runs behind. So yeah, keeping ahead of Duckworth-Lewis, absolutely vital, and it seems like the Titans perhaps are a little bit more on the ball in terms of the weather. They're playing at home, it's understandable. They know what's happening out here, and there was a definite sense of urgency by them to get those 20 overs in before the weather comes in. So it is a match, and a crucial wicket just before the rain came down.
And you can actually notice the intensity in the way they changed between overs when the spinners came on. We saw very reluctantly the Lions didn't bowl their 2 spinners in tandem because they didn't need to rush the batters. And as you said, but a home field advantage, they know exactly what the area does. And that's, you can just see them pushing through the overs a lot quicker. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're about 3 or 4 overs ahead of time as well. So on time we took drinks and was always ready to start the 19th over already, and they said no, it's drinks. So Titans definitely doing the homework a little bit better at the moment. We can see the Lions coaching staff walking around, just having a look up and behind our comm box. And a quick run through the scores there. Tabete batted well, 7 from 13. She almost looked like she wanted to get going, Ken.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise actually when she got out trying to hook Kaylee Tapp. Just got a bit big on her, the ball, and looping up to mid-wicket. Palesa Mapu to me was a really big wicket just before the rain. Had got to 19, had played really nicely. Powerful slog sweep by her, but brilliantly caught by Robin Searle off the bowling of Paulina Mashishi. And before that, Tapp had taken her second wicket. The big scalp of Sunette Fillion-Low dropped twice, not able to take advantage, was trapped LBW for 11. Madison Lunsman has batted nicely for the Lions. She's getting an innings going, 23 not out of 35 balls. Sonalo Jafta came in and straight away hit a couple of boundaries, showed a lot of urgency and intensity to go to 8 not out, but sadly interrupted by the rain.
I think with her coming in, the equation would definitely have been conveyed to her. She knows exactly what the equation is, all her experience also. That's a question she would have asked, and I think that's why she was a little bit more aggressive than we've seen any other batter as they went into the crease, because she knows that they were behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah, the Titans bowling very tight up front, must have about a class. The Proteas star, 5 overs, 14 runs came off her bowling. Kaylee Tapp, the pick of the bowlers so far, 6 overs, 2 for 18. She no doubt benefited a bit from having class, applying pressure at the other end. Paulina Mashishi then came on, the informed spinner, and she's bowled superbly. 6 overs and 2 balls, 1 for 16. Gandhi Jafta, 3 overs for 10. And we've had a couple of overs of leg spin from Sinay Lus, which have cost 14 runs.
She just had a tendency to drop one in short every now and again, and she got punished for it. But it is doom and gloom if you're a Lion supporter at the moment. It is very happy days if you're a Titans supporter. And no one likes to win a game, but brilliantly done by the Titans, giving them the credit again for rushing through those overs. And one thing I noticed from the ground staff is they definitely also know something that we don't, Ken, because they're actually putting in pins in the covers just to stop it from the wind lifting up. So definitely a bit of rain on the horizon. The normal circumstances for lightning. What does the playing condition say? It's 30 minutes
Before you start losing overs.
before you start losing overs, and also before you can actually get onto the park again. It's 30 minutes. If we hear a thunderstorm or thunder again, it's another 30 minutes. It gets reset again. If we see lightning, the 30 minutes gets reset again. So it's 30 minutes without any thunder or lightning. And with the dark clouds coming in, not to be a glass half full sort of person, but I think if you put the glass outside, it might get full of rainwater.
The Lions will be looking most forlornly across to our right, where there's a game of club cricket going on, and they're happily proceeding. Looks like a wicket might have just fallen there, but no sign of them going off the field.
Now with player amps, I think they might be there until the big rain comes. But Ken, a fantastic game of cricket thus far. It's not been a high-scoring affair. We expected it once we've seen the way the pitch plays. It has been. You said from the beginning it's not going to be a 250 pitch, but we expected them to kick on just to get over that 200. Did very well in the end to get to that 180. With the start that they have, myself and Pendula also discussed that after 11 overs they were 18 without loss before that first run out and the first wicket for the Lions. But at the moment, Fidelity Titans, believe it or not, after scoring 187 for 7 in their 50 overs, and the Lions being 72 for 3 after 22 overs, are about 6 runs ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you look at the equation without the weather, the Lions need 116 runs off 166 balls, 7 wickets in hand. You would probably favour the batting side in that situation. But the weather gods are not in the favour of the DP World Lions at the moment. So
we're going to take a break, and we'll get back as soon as we have more word on the cricket. Please don't forget to like and subscribe the YouTube channel, and also follow CSA on Facebook. Once again, thank you to the Titans for bringing this feed to you. We appreciate it, and see you in weather permitting. Talk to you a bit later.
Yeah, and thanks very much to our partners, our supporters in putting on this live streaming, the Fidelity Titans and Pitch Vision, and of course if you're a DP World Lions fan, then also all Lions home games will have the same live commentary courtesy of DP World and Lions Cricket. Well, welcome back to the Tshwane University of Technology, where we have sad news, and especially for the DP World Lions. There was just one boom of lightning about an hour and a half ago. It was enough to send all the players scrambling from the field, never to return, I'm afraid. The game has now been called off, and on the DLS method, the Fidelity Titans have won by 6 runs. Gert Maloney, unfortunate for the Lions, that it had the makings still of a very exciting run chase.
We actually were looking forward with the conditions changing a bit and waiting for them to get back on the field. I think the Lions can feel a bit hard done by the weather, but you win some, you lose some, and then for the Titans, I think this was the best result for them, taking where they were in the beginning of their innings and now actually walking away with the win. Oh, MP, that's heartbreak for the Lions though.
And this was that final wicket just before we were called off that sealed the deal for them. If they had kept that wicket, that DLS pass score would have worked in their favour. Just showing how the game is a game of margins, and unfortunately now with the game called to an end, it's how it goes. So it is the Titans who walk away with a victory. They retaliate against the Lions who beat them in their home ground, and it was going to be a great game of cricket. Unfortunately, the nature has spoken, as it has throughout the whole week.
A great catch by Robin Searle to dismiss Palesa Mapua, the key wicket off the bowling of Paulina Mashishi, who was so impressive. But guys, who were the other star performers for you from this game?
For me, it was young Skitter. The opening pair of the Lions has been brilliant. But the control that she bowled with, especially when she bowled from the south end, she did bowl one over from the north end, and she actually swapped ends, and it did not work for her. Mm-hmm. And she bowled brilliantly. I mean, her 10 overs going for I think 22 runs really set the tone up front. And then you got to mention her opening partner as well, who also bowled brilliantly.
For me, the batting from the Titans was the one. Gandhi Jafta finally getting that half century, and then Annika Bosch taking in the mantle just after a tight bowling performance from the Lions, just restricting their run scoring, and we saw those defensive field placings. For her to come in and find those gaps and to start the scoring just like Sunay Lustig did before her, that sets the platform for the Titans. Those 3 batters in particular. Loved watching Bosch's work, loved watching Gandhi's work, and that is how the game was flipped on its tail. Just that last wicket I keep talking about.
There we have it. Pendula Magubane. He's not called the Bubersi for nothing. He's a Lions man through and through. So that last wicket just really sticking in his claw. And well, there we have it for today. Don't forget though that tomorrow is a T20 game between the same 2 sides at the same venue. We'll have a different commentary team tomorrow. But don't forget, you can catch it all here. The live commentary stream, thanks to Pitch Vision, on CSA's YouTube channel, thanks to the support of the Fidelity Titans and the DP World Lions. Do join us tomorrow. It's a T20 game in the morning. Hopefully the thunderstorms will only come later in the afternoon and won't affect things. So, Gert Maloney, thank you very much. Pendula Magubane, thank you very much. And we hope to see you all again tomorrow.